Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan on the hardwood tonight. The Knicks back at home at Madison Square Garden, but looking to avoid elimination at the hands of the Pacers. Tip-off at 5 on TNT. The Knicks are 4.5-point favorites. Over on the ice, the Oilers battle the Stars in Dallas for Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals. A win for Edmonton would set up a rematch of last year's Stanley Cup final between the Oilers and Panthers. Puck drops at 5:30 on ESPN. Out at the Memorial, Ben Griffin, your first-round leader after shooting a 7 under 65. No, he was not on my betting card. Colin Morikawa, 2 shots off the lead, 5 under in second place. Max Homa in third at 4 under par. Shane Lowry in fourth at 3 under. Meanwhile, on the diamond tonight, Oregon softball plays their first game of the College World Series in Oklahoma City against UCLA. That'll be over on ESPN2. First pitch at about 6:30. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
If you can find the time to explore the mind of a stripper, then you can find the time to spend with your actual family.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Damn! What they on? All steroids and no carbs? Them some thick-ass kids.
This is Primetime.
We're not like you. We're grown-ups.
Your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Oh, my goodness.
Here are Isaac Ropp and Jason Sakanik with Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Hi.
What's up? Good Thursday.
Is it?
How's everybody doing?
What happened? I thought we were getting like 80 degrees.
Tomorrow.
I woke up and just raining on me.
Tomorrow. Now, you can't bitch about this, can
No,
you?
I can't.
It's one day.
Just saying it.
Come on, man.
You know I don't read the weather forecast,
know.
so I just assumed that it was sunny. So when I woke up today,
Look at you assuming.
and I looked outside, I was like, it just it threw me for a loop.
Little rain today.
I didn't know what to make of it.
Little rain is good.
Little rain.
As you like to say, keeps Oregon green.
Keeps
It's called
Oregon
rain.
green.
Comes down from heaven.
Yeah.
It goes drip.
Ah.
It goes drip, drip, drip.
Yeah, I'm not a weather complainer. It just it caught me off guard. I was not. I thought I had heard that we were like sunny and 80
Tomorrow.
and it had been so nice the day previous. I just assumed that we were continuing.
Well, you know what you get when you assume,
Make an ass.
right?
Yeah.
You make an ass, apparently.
Well, you make an ass out of you and me.
Well, I mean, I didn't assume anything. I get a weather alert on my
you can
phone.
only really serve one ass. I'm not
every
sure
morning.
if you're familiar with you said me. No, I do make an ass out of me. It just wouldn't be
Yeah.
you.
Right, that's
Yeah.
what I just said.
No, you said me.
Well, not me. You, me. You're the me. I'm the you.
mean you and me. Either way, apparently I made an ass by not checking the weather.
You sure did.
I can't handle. And I know you're big into the
Big
weather.
weather guy.
I just whatever.
You will as you get older.
No, we're roughly the same age.
No, we're not.
At what age?
You will as you get older.
At what age do I crest and all of a sudden
Well,
start caring about the weather?
I mean, I think when you're in your 60s, it's like the only thing you talk about.
I just don't.
Am
get
I
it.
wrong?
Well, I mean,
It's a huge topic.
I don't, but I don't know why.
Well, it's probably just because it's like the only thing.
Lowest hanging fruit of small talk.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess we did
something
Open,
we can all relate.
I did open the show today.
It
with,
applies to
Exactly.
literally
How about
everyone
that rain?
always.
So you do it before. You don't
Yeah,
even know
it's
you're
like
doing.
subconscious.
Yeah. Hot weather talk.
It's just the idea. Like we went to the soccer game yesterday, and we were getting out of the car, and it was it's like 7:15 when we were getting out, and one of the guys I was with looked at me and dead seriously and he's older than I am, and dead serious looked at me and went, "What? You're not bringing a layer?" I was like, "What the heck?"
To layer up.
It's like 74 degrees outside.
To layer up.
And then we were walking there, and he's like, "Hey, don't talk to me when the cold comes in." I was like, "Oh my God, are you 1,000 years old? Make sure you bring a layer." I'm like, oh my, it was.
He was dadding you.
It was kind of shocking to me, and I was
So,
like,
okay, Dad.
"Is that my future?" And then someone else because there was 4 of us, and someone else too was like, "Yeah, I brought a layer." I'm like, I don't want to deal with that cold. So it was.
Oh, I'm hurt.
Fascinated by that people. I mean, unless you're getting extreme weather one way or another, does it really matter? Like sleeves, no sleeves, shorts, pants, it's all relative. unless it's like an extreme weather. And then, 9,000 people will tell you if there's going to be extreme weather. But for the most part here in the Northwest, it's all fine. It's not quite San Diego fine, but for the most part, it's fine.
So you do admit San Diego weather better than that of the Pacific Northwest?
Yeah, just not during the summer. That's all. But come on, year round, that's foolishness.
Here's what AI says. People often talk about the weather because it's a safe, uncontroversial topic that everyone can relate to. It's a way to initiate conversation without delving into potentially sensitive or divisive subjects.
That is true. Like when someone says, hey, how about the weather? That's better than being like, hey, how about that Jesus? Or,
Or how about that president?
How about that president? And by the way, that can go, two very different ways. You don't know how that's going to go. I guess you're not running for president of Asia. Yeah, maybe you are. All right,
I love Tesla.
Go weather. By the way, the Gnats. Have you been, this isn't weather related, but like.
Boy, that's a squirrel.
Well, I was thinking about because we were at the game last night, and
what game?
The soccer game. We were at the Timbers game.
Oh, the Timbers.
The Timbers.
My Timbers.
Your Timbers.
How'd we do?
2-1.
Lost?
No, I wouldn't say 2-1 loss. It'd be we won 2-1. Light the fires. But we were.
What fires?
There was like a. Well, they light the.
Is that a thing now?
Own part.
They have the road flares in the Timbers. The green smoke. Light the fires.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah, you're on soccer Rop over there. No, we got swarmed by freaking gnats.
Oh no,
dude, they were. It was like a plague. Speaking of Jesus,
are you okay?
No, I'm not okay. I mean, it was really hard to you're trying to drink. It's a soccer game for God's sakes. And they're all up in your beverages, like it was gross.
What do you do about that?
Well, now you're trying to cover it with your hand.
Did you have to call over the concierge or something?
It was ridiculous.
Can't they get you an umbrella or like a bug net?
Well, yeah, they normally like.
What is this?
During the rainy games, they have ponchos, and I was like, "Can we get a gnat poncho?" And it was gross. So I went in the bathroom. You know when you get a little bit of the runny nose, do you ever do like you kind of gather everything, to spit it out?
Sure, like the hawk.
Oh, yeah.
The hawk of the hawk.
The hawk of the hawk
tua. Yeah, you do a little bit of that. So I went in the bathroom, and you want to talk about a topic that was dominating the bathroom conversation. So I'm in the bathroom there, and I gave it a little one of those, and all of a sudden I could feel all the gnats that were in my nose were now in my throat.
How many gnats are we talking about?
So when I spit it out, I'm going to say that there was like 8 to 10 that were in the, I don't know, just the loogie that came out. And I was like, oh my God. I was like, that is so gross. And then I realized that was what everyone was talking about in the back. It dominated the urinal conversation.
Yeah, as it should.
Just
a pretty heavy
because
topic.
it united all of you, or it applied to all of you.
It's a shared experience.
Yes.
And that's what the weather is.
Well, that's what made me think about that.
Seriously.
Shared experience was the gnats. And then no one could figure out why. Like, where did the gnats come from? And then people were having wild theories. Like, people were literally just throwing out, like, random Facebook, someone said because of they watered the rubber field. Like, what? And then I asked, why would that bring gnats? And they didn't have a response to that.
Is it humidity?
I don't know.
If I were to throw something totally random at the wall, I would say the spike in warm weather maybe caused some dormant gnats to lay eggs that hatched on the river, maybe?
I love that.
Yeah.
Science buck.
And by the way, that is better than any theory I heard at the urinal.
Those scientists better check their hypotenuses, dude.
Well, isn't that rubber, the rubber gets warm, right? And if they water it,
I don't know.
It gets humid. And then the gnats show up, and then all hell breaks. And then Big Sook's writing nasty emails to the Timbers.
I love that you went down. You have no idea if anything you just said had any bearing whatsoever, but you've got conviction behind it.
Well, I'm thinking through it. It's like you every day, but it's me thinking through it a little bit, and I just feel like that could be an explanation.
Oh.
I'm trying to help you out.
I just enjoyed when the one guy at the pier, he came up with the watering the rubber field theory, and when we was pushed back, he had nothing. He just was like, like you could tell he was not prepared for anyone to push back on his theory, and he brought nothing. At least you came with a working theory on that. He had nothing. But I'll tell you, the Nats, it was a lot. That was the dominating story of the night. I mean, the 2-1 win was nice, but the Nats.
Now, do you think the players know that?
Oh yeah, because where we sit, it's over by like the visiting section. So the visiting players always come over because they've got their fans and sometimes family. So they always come over by us. And I will tell you, you know what the Colorado players were talking about that night? the Gnats. They just lost 2-1 in heartbreaking fashion.
Well, they can't play in those conditions.
And they're talking about the Gnats. One dude was like, I can't tell you how many of those I swallowed. They didn't know what to make of it either.
I have AI again for you today.
Yeah.
Second thing you've griped about that I'll go ahead and see what AI says.
Thank you.
High humidity and moisture will attract gnats, especially fungus gnats. They are often found in damp environments, and their larvae feed on decaying organic matter and fungi, which can thrive in moist soil. Therefore, areas with high humidity, like bathrooms or areas with overwatered plants, can be ideal breeding ground for gnats.
But the field is fake, so there's no organic matter.
But if it's humid, you're like you said, I have conviction about this.
I like it.
It's going to be humid because they watered the tarry,
the rubber. It's like ground up tires.
Yeah,
and if the gnats are from fungus, the fungus doesn't need like real plant life to grow on. It can still grow on that.
And then like you look at bathroom areas or enclosed areas that maybe that seeped into, and boom, gnats.
Well, you know what, Timbers?
Listen, I'm writing them a letter.
Do better.
On your behalf.
Do better.
Maybe a dome.
Ooh, I like that. How about just like a gnat cover, like in Florida? They've got screened-in porches. Can we?
What if they handed out Raid as you walked in, and everybody's just spraying each other with Raid?
That could be problematic. Although it's be interesting.
I love Raid.
Do you?
Yeah, we have cans of Raid strewn about, and I used it today.
You take delight in that?
Yeah, it's great. It kills them instantly. Like for me, it was ants.
Yeah.
Those little.
Yeah.
But I just spray them all and.
Hot liquid death, huh?
And they're just like ah.
I'm a bug crusher. The only time I go with liquid death is when I battle every summer I battle the murder shed wasps, and you don't mess with the wasps though. That gets and although that's not really, I don't know if that's Raid, but it's foam.
They have their own spray, don't they?
Yeah, they got their own spray because you can spray it from like 20 feet away.
Yeah.
It's like a jet stream,
yeah,
and it's more like a fire extinguisher. It's a thick white foam. And that way you can battle the wasps from a distance.
Do you ever wonder why there are so many different so many different sprays or chemicals for different?
Shouldn't one of them just be a catch-all?
Right. Like, why wouldn't one of them just kill all these stupid pests?
That way they can sell us more and probably poison us. Look, there's a reason why we're all getting cancer.
That's right.
Everything you spray, everything you touch, I'm sure it's causing cancer.
Well, but if they can slap a label on for ants, another one on for wasps or bees, and another one on for spiders,
now they've sold you
you
3 times as much.
There you go.
That's right.
Big insect repellent. Is
big insect.
Yeah, big insect is there.
They're taking our money.
Get into your wallet. Well, what are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
You're just gonna let the insects and the wasps run rampant? No.
What are you gonna do? Pee on me? I don't know.
And then you always hear those natural remedies, and those never work.
Sometimes.
Oh, someone's like spread lemon. And you're like, whatever. That doesn't work.
We did one once outside because we had snails and slugs eating some plants, because they're too moist. So here we go again with the moist.
Yeah.
How many times can I say moist in a show?
Well, we've talked about moist is bad. Moist conditions are not good, and here we go again. It's insane.
So if you put little canisters of beer out there, this worked.
Really?
They'll show up in there and they'll die in there. Yeah, they like beer. They're a bunch of drunks.
Really?
Yeah, but the problem with it is you never get them all.
No.
It's just there's always more.
They're too slow. That was a joke.
Yeah.
Slugs, snails.
Ah!
I saw what you're doing. I enjoyed it.
Well, guys.
Who had that? Who had that on the bingo card?
Insect Talk, your opening seggy today.
Yeah. Insects in the nose is no good, though, man. It's just, and honestly, for the rest of the night, you don't really feel, you feel like.
Imagine being in India.
Yeah, it's no good.
The
BTJ's brother lives in India.
Or the Amazon.
And I'm just like, what are you doing over there, man?
The jungle?
Yeah. Because we went to a bar afterwards, and you can't, just the whole night, you just assume that every orifice you have is full of gnats.
Now, my only sporting event frame of reference for this is the Jabba Chamberlain playoff gnat game.
Yeah.
Was this just like that? Better? Worse? Could you tell?
It just was a lot. Okay. I mean, I remember I remember Jabba Chamberlain like waving at it.
And they're all
That's
on
what
his
he's
fat
best
neck.
known for.
I think so.
Yeah, probably.
They brought the spray out on a mound visit.
Yeah, I don't.
And those were midges, by the way.
I can't say that
excuse
this
me.
was probably as bad, because I didn't like. At no point did I see any of the players like.
It didn't affect the game.
Certainly didn't, but it affected everyone. It was the topic du jour in the stadium. A lot of hot Gnat, and I was not ready for hot Gnat talk. No one was, and yet it was.
But did you delight in it? Talking to the guy next to you about it?
Look, I'm not gonna lie.
It's satisfying.
Well, we can't really talk soccer because we really don't know what we're talking about. We just boo and cheer when
Speak
everyone
for
else.
yourself.
So the fact that the topic went away from soccer and it was Gnat talk, we could all relate. And then in the bar afterwards, guess what? Hot Gnat talk. It carried across the street.
You know, but I will say it, and you've lived in a lot of different places.
Yeah.
The Northwest, we're really lucky here.
Yes.
For our lack of bugs.
Yeah.
I mean, minimal mosquitoes.
Mhm.
Like, dude, there's some places it's just like you almost can't be outside.
Yeah.
Particularly at night.
Yeah. It's
you're gonna get eaten alive.
Yeah.
You don't have that here.
No, in Alaska, well, they always joke that the Alaskan state bird is the mosquito.
Mm.
And when you go out, like, if you ever go out hunting or fishing out in the sticks, or you got to like Kodiak Island, you'll wear a mosquito suit, and you can reach up and feel like the top of your head on the net, and I don't know how to. It's a wall of mosquitoes that are on you. I cannot imagine being out in some of those places. I don't know how the locals do it because there's not a lot of locals, but I don't know how they live out there. When you really have bad mosquitoes, it's just
they're the worst.
Yeah. Or we ever see like Naked and Afraid?
Yeah.
The number one thing that gets people on Naked and Afraid are the bugs.
No question.
They just wake up.
They cannot handle it.
No. They wake up and they're just covered in like lesions and red bumps, and that's what breaks more people.
They wear you down.
Yeah. How did the people back in the day do it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Or have we just evolved to
Maybe
be a
that's
bunch
why
of...
Did they just adapt and we don't
candy
like? I don't know.
I think back in the day they just wore a bunch of wool.
I don't think they did.
That's the way it worked.
Here's a deal. He says, Big Bug Spray wants your money, but what about Big Screw?
Oh yeah.
Flat, Phillips, square.
Let me tell you.
Star? Why do they do that?
When they get that stupid star one, that pisses me right off.
Now you gotta have a whole.
Yeah,
you gotta have a whole case of attachments.
Don't get me started on Big Screw.
Yeah,
that's gonna piss me right off.
Why can't they just make everything with one standard screw?
Yeah, can't do it because they're.
And is this a new thing? Like, I'm only 49 years old.
Yeah.
And you're a young pup. You're only 44.
I'll be 47.
Oh, it seems like every year you inch closer to me in age. How is that possible?
I don't know.
Well, anyway,
I turned 47 this year.
When we were young, I feel like it was Phillips or flat.
Yeah.
And that's it.
That was it.
Now there's all kinds of different
it's ridiculous
attachments and adjustments.
It's ridiculous.
Styles.
Yeah.
Am I wrong that that's a newer thing by Big Screw?
I feel like Big Screw has evolved. And then when it comes to sockets, then we got the two different sets of sockets. We can't agree on it's the whole thing.
Don't get you started on big iPhone charger. They're changing the ports. There's a whole
Dude.
bunch like, oh no, I need a
my
micro
God.
USB. No, I need a power C. No, I need a lightning.
Yes.
Right to hell.
What a bunch of crap
Straight
that
to
is.
jail. Whoever figured straight to jail.
That's it's Tim Cook. Tim Cook.
Tim Cook.
Yeah.
It's that damn Tim Cook.
Bro, right to jail. Just no trial. Right there.
There's your opening seggy. Gave you a little bonus 5 minutes right there. I was trying to get out on time and
I hate it. I have 4 different bolt sizes on the same piece of machinery. I'm a farmer and it drives me nuts.
Yeah.
Exactly.
4 different bolt sizes.
Freaking
Right.
A.
Why?
I don't know. We have a Bronco top, hard and soft, and so we have to change it out once a year. And on the top, I want to say that there are 3 or 4 different sizes, and there's no reason for them to be different sizes. And it just
Are you mad?
Yeah, that one's it's a bee in the bonnet. That farmer guy
All right.
got me right where
We got a lot of complaints out of the way in the first segment.
right where I live. Yeah.
There's your opening segment.
There.
Wait. I looked at the weather. 86 and sunny tomorrow.
And a lot of gnats.
That's for you. 86 and sunny.
Let's
the way-
find more sun.
You know Mom and Pa Roper here.
Yeah, I love.
And
I love
they delight in this weather because they're like, oh, it's so.
Yeah.
Because it's not humid to them.
mild.
It's to them it's a dry.
Yeah.
And they notice a difference. They're like, oh my God, this is delightful.
Welcome the Rops.
Yeah, welcome the Rops.
We love the Rops.
They love the roses.
Well, of course.
They're every time we drive, they're like, "Oh my God, there's more roses." Yeah, they do call it the city of roses.
Maybe take them to the Japanese Rose Garden.
Oh, they've been up there.
Oh, I didn't know if they could handle that. It's just a
Too mind blowing.
a sea of flowers.
Roses.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to headlines. We've got some Oregon Duck football scheduling news to kick it off next on the Fan.
It's back. Your local The Fan.
Real quick follow-up, because someone pointed something out, and I just realized that, this is 100% correct about me. He said, Suk doesn't care about the weather outside, which is true. I really don't. Hot, cold, makes no difference to me. I will adapt. I don't care if it's 100. I don't care if it's 35. I'll be fine. Inside, though, if that temperature starts with a 7, I lose my S. I hate I feel like when I'm indoors, I have it's a responsibility to keep it at the temperature I want it. Outside, it's beyond my control and I don't care. But inside, when I can control that environment, I freaking hate being uncomfortable inside.
Okay.
If it's 74 inside, unacceptable.
You know what they call that?
What?
Control the controllables.
I do have control the controllables.
You just got to control the controllables.
Yes.
You know what that means? Anything you can't control?
Yeah.
You don't worry about it?
Yeah.
If you can control it, you control it.
Again, 102 outside, there's ways to stay cool. But if I walk in the house and someone has the nerve to turn it to 75, someone's getting an ass chewing.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like, imagine if you could control the weather outside.
Yeah.
You would.
Exactly. But
so
I can't,
why wouldn't you inside?
Yeah.
So it's like, hey, it's a little warm today. I think I'm going to turn down the temperature outside. If you could do that, if there were a thermostat, you'd do it.
Yeah.
So that's why you do it on the inside.
Exactly.
I think that's all people, is it not?
People? Yeah. I am adamant about interior weather control, and I could care less about external weather. I hadn't realized that about myself, and so shout out to whoever sent that to me on the text program.
We now live in a temperate rainforest, says one of our texters.
Oh.
Whatever that means.
Sure.
Well, let's not bury the lead with headlines.
No.
It is a Thursday.
It is.
And that means we have a Buck first-round leader update.
Yeah.
So it's the Memorial Tournament. They're playing out in at Muirfield. Wait, Muirfield? Yeah, Jack's place.
Yeah.
It's
Right?
Jack's
Dublin,
tournament.
Ohio.
The big controversy is that Rory didn't tell Jack that he wasn't
Didn't
coming.
call him.
Yeah.
Oh.
Freaking Roy.
By the way,
Jack apparently helped Rory to win the Masters. Really? Like Rory didn't know anything about Augusta National?
Well, I guess the thing was that Rory did call Jack and say, hey, and they went through shot by shot on that course. Because Jack, he won a few green jackets.
Yeah, I think he's won a few.
So, good little tutelage from
so they really,
Uncle Jack.
It wasn't just one of those. Like, he sought him out. And
No, he went.
That happened, but the way I heard Jack tell it was that Rory sat down. He's like, all right, how are you going to play the course? And Rory went through every shot, and Jack
agreed.
He just sat and listened.
Yes,
he didn't offer anything. He just said, you got it.
Well,
you got to figure it out.
Rory was really, 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 I don't know if you know this, he wanted really badly to win the Masters.
Yes.
So he went to Jack, and he's like, dude, what am I missing? He was trying to overturn every stone.
Sure.
Is that the right?
That's right. Leave no stone
unturned.
Or what?
Yeah. You know what I mean.
We're doing great.
So anyway, they sat down. Yeah, and that at Buck's right. So Rory went through shot by shot, and Jack was like, I wouldn't play it any different. And he won the Masters.
So did Jack?
He just validated that he was on the right track.
Well, I love that was the big controversy, is that Rory didn't call Jack to personally tell him that he wasn't coming to Jack's turn.
Well, that wasn't
Gold jacket, green jacket, who gives a
Jack doesn't care. He knows.
No, I actually saw the press conference with Jack, and I thought he handled it quite
He's like,
well.
I had to make scheduling decisions myself when I played. I get it. It's kind of like when Schulte comes to you and he's like, what can I do better? And you say absolutely nothing.
Yeah, you're doing great.
You're doing great.
Yeah.
All right. So first round leader, he didn't hit it. We missed it today. We got close. We had Colin Morikawa. I say we. Buck had Colin Morikawa.
We were all going on this ride with Buckley.
Yeah, I was.
That's right.
I'm on this.
He was a Morikawa advocate this week.
Yeah, the FRL train. We were talking about this yesterday. FRL standing for first round leader.
Yeah.
So Buck likes to bet who will be leading after the first round of each tournament, and he's hit like 3 or 4 of them.
5 of them.
He said, "Oh, I'm sorry, 5 of them."
Look how quickly. Dude,
let's get it.
I know.
Buckley had that thing.
He's right. Let's get it right.
Actually, Isaac wanted me to go through
Boom.
all of the list of all of them, and so I actually tallied them the other day. There's
Good.
5.
Okay, good. And then we want to know because the odds are long, so these are big wins for Buckley. Should he bet more than $1?
But
sometimes I do.
Morikawa, you can always tell the guys who work hard on their game because they always come out in the first round. They play really well. Colin Morikawa is one of those, and we bet him, and he was 5 under, but he got clipped by Ben Griffin, who won last week on tour, the new Scotty Scheffler.
Oh. I have no idea who that is. By
Yeah,
the
I'm
way.
just kidding.
He was so bad. Did he lose his tour card? There
Yeah,
was a
he was-
period of time where he was either like selling insurance or working in finance because his golf game was so bad.
Yes.
And now he's winning tournaments.
He won the tournament last week, and he birdied his last 3 holes to take money out of Buck's sports pants.
Sorry, Buckley.
And so Ben Griffin is your first round leader at 7 under.
now
Keeping that sweet $8 in our pants.
We hate Ben Griffin.
Well, I don't even think he's so nondescript that he's not. You can't hate him, but you also can't love him. Like it's
you
impossible.
Sure we can't hate him?
Well, you might because do you know? Can you picture him?
No, I have no idea.
He has the most central casting golfer face.
This is the very first time I've ever heard his name. Quite frankly, it sounds made up.
So he's very.
It might be.
Oh yeah.
Boring khaki pants, but look at his glasses.
I'm looking at him right now.
He wears sunglasses out there, and it's very.
He in his
He's very dorky.
His headshot photo, he looks psychotic. Like
Well, he might be.
He's too not like that's the guy that he seems all put together, and then it turns out he's got bodies in freezers.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's playing some golf right now.
Okay.
That guy.
Oh yeah, he is wearing like the are those
Yeah.
the
They're
Phil
transition lenses. I think.
Dude, those are fantastic. Those look like from the Gloria Vanderbilt collection. Those are the Phil Mickelson jobs.
Yeah. Yeah, they're like reflective lenses.
Yeah.
Maybe they're not transition.
Dude,
That's what I meant.
because I'm supposed to wear glasses and I just don't because it's not that bad. But as I get older, I'm going to eventually break down and get a pair because I dabble in it from time to time. The next time I do it, I'm just going transition lenses.
My eyes are very important.
The older
to me.
I get, I'm 100% going George Seifert transition lenses. And
I
I'm going
think
to
you
get some Dahmers too.
It's convenient.
Just be that guy. It's just weird because they're never dark and they're never clear. You're just in that constant state of molester. That's what that shade of glass is. Let's get a blonde mustache.
Well, there's always next week, Buckley, and of course the U.S. Open is a coming.
Yeah,
that's right.
So now we get to real headlines, and that is Oregon Duck football scheduling news.
Yes, we got times,
and they will be in the whiteout. Did you know that?
Well, I did now because
Do you know what that means?
I do know what that means. Who are you talking to? You don't think I know about the whiteout? I'm familiar.
Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free design consultation at vulcandc.com. First on the Fan, on the hardwood tonight, the Knicks back at home at Madison Square Garden looking to avoid elimination at the hands of the Pacers. Tip-offs at 5 on TNT. The Knicks are 4.5-point home favorites. Over on the ice, the Oilers battle the Stars in Dallas for Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals. A win for Edmonton would set up a rematch of last year's Stanley Cup final between the Oilers and Panthers. Puck drops at 5:30 on ESPN. Out of the Memorial, Ben Griffin, your first-round leader after shooting a 7 under 65. He was not on this producer's betting card. Colin Morikawa, 2 shots off the lead at 5 under in second place. Max Homa in third at 4 under. Shane Lowry in fourth at 3 under par. On the diamond tonight, Oregon softball plays their first game of the College World Series in Oklahoma City. It's against UCLA and will be over on ESPN2 starting at 6:30. Some Big Ten football programming news today as the conference released information on kickoff times and broadcast partners for the upcoming season. As it pertains to the Ducks, some notable ones. The third game of the season will be the big noon kickoff, a 9 a.m. kickoff for us here on the West Coast at Northwestern. That's Saturday, September 13th. And as Isaac referenced, the whiteout at Penn State, Saturday, September 27th, 4:30 West Coast kick. Meaning in State College, it'll be 7:30 on NBC. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Window Nation's semi-annual sale is back. Buy 4 windows and get 4 windows free and a free door when you get a house of windows. Plus, pay nothing for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate now at 866-9D-NATION or visit windownation.com. And Doug.
Same.
Now to headlines. Today we have Oregon football news. Very exciting Oregon football news.
We got some hot news.
Yeah. So the Ducks, the networks actually, not the Ducks, but the networks announced some game times. And that's kind of cool and whatever.
Yeah,
but,
I guess. Hey.
Well, there's so many different windows now. Like, it is of note that the Ducks will be playing that Northwestern game up there in Chicago at 9 West Coast time. Yeah. So they have one of those early kicks. So that'll be on Fox on the 13th of September.
Well, good thing Northwestern isn't very good. And I think Oregon now, I'm pretty certain that Oregon and a lot of schools practice in the morning. So, I mean, it sucks. But, you know, the week before, you know, you reset the body clock, maybe go out there a day early. I mean, it'd be one thing if you were playing Ohio State at a 9 a.m. local time, but you'll be fine. We make, I think, sometimes too much of kick times. I mean, I've played morning games, I've played night games. The sweet spot is always, you know, the noon to 3 is what you want, but games aren't won and lost because of kick times.
So the Oklahoma State game at Autzen will be September 6th. They're going to kick that off at 12:30. That'll be on CBS for you.
See, that's prime right there. Because, you know, you don't have to wake up too early. You get some tailgating in. I think people would probably like that to be maybe 3:30, but then you get home at a decent time. I love the 12:30 kick. Big fan.
I agree.
Big fan.
If I were going, I would love that.
Yes.
And then
you didn't say the Montana State time, you jerk.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that.
Yeah,
You gloss over the season opener.
I'm going in
Jesus.
order of importance. Actually, I'm not.
No,
because
you're not.
No.
Penn State would be the first one.
I don't like your dismissal of the first game.
Big Ten Network, your opener against Montana State, 1 p.m.
Tasty little kickoff time.
Let's play the fun game of how many empty seats, because the students aren't back yet. It's Montana State.
Well, we have to have the conversation of what's wrong with college football, and nobody's going.
Yeah. Guarantee there'll be some sort of hot topic think piece that happens.
Yeah,
there.
that or why do they even play these games against teams where they can beat them by 80 or whatever?
No conversation will be actually had about football. Although, you know, that's one.
Unless the offense sputters, and then we'll
Watch
have a quarterback
out.
controversy.
Watch out for my Grizz.
That's not
my Bobcats.
There you go. Montana State, though, I mean, they're
good.
That's a really good team.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, that's good pizza. That is one of those games that I've never understood why you play.
Hell yeah, that's good pizza.
Because if you blow the doors off of them, who cares? It's Montana State. But it's like with Idaho, you know, every now and then one of those schools comes out and gives you a game, or, you know, South Dakota, something ends up nicking you in the knee, and then you look like a fool. If you're going to play a nobody team, literally go play a nobody team. Give me the Sister Mary's School of the Blind, right? Play that or don't. I don't like those Montana State games. That's all risk, nothing to gain.
So then on the 27th of September, as you know, the Ducks will be traveling to Penn State, Happy Valley.
Mm-hmm.
And they have been chosen as the one whiteout game of the season. So at 4:30 Pacific time, it'll be on NBC. The Ducks will play in Happy Valley, and it will be a whiteout.
I just have always preferred the whites.
I can't wait till Dan Lanning is asked about the whites, and then he has to, you know, he's got to.
So does this mean that the Ducks will do their best to wear as much white as possible? Because I was just thinking about him at.
Oh yeah.
Remember, because they danced around to jump around in Wisconsin.
I'm telling you right now, if Dan Lanning is gonna go full Dan Lanning, they wear the Stormtroopers.
Ooh,
but doesn't Penn State wear?
Do they? No, they wear blue at home, right?
Blue at home.
Yeah. So Oregon could go.
They're
going to
wear the whites.
But I mean, Penn State could choose. The home team chooses.
Right. I guess they could go white. Do they, or have they for their own?
I would have to look at that, but they wear blue at home.
Yeah.
But if Oregon really wants to give the FU, you just wear the Stormtroopers at the whiteout. Phenomenal troll.
Go ahead.
I don't know if you would, because Penn State still wears white pants and white helmet, so I'm guessing that they don't, because it could get a little weird, but I just think it would be great at the whiteout at night, 100,000 people, and Oregon. You go into warm-ups wearing one thing, And then when you come back out, you come back running out. Because Notre Dame does this sometimes. Like they go out one thing and they'll come out wearing the special uniform.
Really?
It'd be freaking awesome.
Oregon did it in the Rose Bowl when they had those shiny helmets. They didn't warm up in them. They came out of the tunnel with them.
Notre Dame has done that a couple times. Like, surprise, bitches, shiny helmets.
No kidding.
Yeah, I think
just helmets.
I think they've done it with their green jerseys
done it with
too.
with the green jerseys too, but I know they did it with the
What
helmets.
a dumb bit. What is that for?
It's just, it's a little.
The other team's like,
the guys sucked
oh
up. Or maybe they lean against it and they go full blackout. What's stronger than the white? The dark. And there's going to be some very inspirational Ducks versus them, like history of the white, the snow, the crystallization of a snowflake, something like that.
Okay, well, I don't know what they're going to do, but I do know that the whiteout is a thing. It's usually their biggest game of the year.
Yeah.
And and everybody wears white in the stadium now.
And by the way, I did look it up, and no, Penn State does not wear their road white uniforms during the whiteouts. So they will be wearing blue.
Yeah.
So in theory, if Oregon wanted to, they could do stormtroopers.
I don't think they could, because if you think about it, you mentioned it, Penn State will have white pants, white helmet.
Yeah.
Ducks would have white pants, white helmet, white. The only thing that wouldn't be white
Are you saying too much white?
Would be the Penn State jerseys.
No one can handle that much white.
I'm moving more into the whites.
It's too white. Well, if you could, if the rules would allow it, you wear the stormtroopers and stick it where the sun don't shine for the Nittany Lion game.
So, do you know the history of the whiteout? Do you know how it began?
I do not.
Well, I had to go read up on this today, for show purposes.
Mm-hmm.
In 2002, leading up to a very big game against Nebraska, there was a fear that in Happy Valley there would be a sea of red because the Nebraska fans travel.
Yeah. Better than maybe anybody. Those dudes are nuts. And
So an email began circulating amongst Penn State fans to wear both blue to the game and not sell their tickets to Husker fans.
Sure. Makes
so
sense.
it was dubbed Operation Visine to get the red out. See what they did there?
Yeah, that's clever.
And that was the precursor to the modern whiteout.
Oh, but that's not a whiteout. That's a blue out.
Yeah, but it morphed into the whiteout.
Are they the first?
Because of that.
Are they the first ones to do that? Because now
that was only 2002. I can't imagine they were the first.
Yeah, they were the first ones to ever wear the same color. Come on, Penn State.
I didn't know if because the fans and all that. I think everyone does it. BYU has a blackout, which is the most ironic thing in the world because we have 3 black guys on the team. But we do blackouts. They wear black uniforms.
Black, please. Thank you.
I think a lot of people do the blackout.
Penn State's record on whiteout games.
Mm-hmm.
So that one technically wasn't a whiteout game.
Okay. Yeah.
Because they were blue. But
I'm guessing it's not that great because if they're picking it for the biggest game of the year, I'm guessing that's close to 500.
So in 2004, they were kind of having a down year, and their AD asked them all to wear white to a game against Purdue.
Okay.
And they kind of did.
Purdue.
Yeah. And that's where it started. So
way
the
to have some balls against that big Purdue team.
The first one, well, Purdue was number 9 at the time.
Oh, well, I stand corrected.
Yeah.
Hey.
You might want to walk that back.
I will. Who could have thought
Who the hell was on that team?
Yeah, Purdue was top 10.
2004? Probably
No, that's not Drew Brees.
It's not Breeze.
Yeah. It's probably like a Curtis Painter.
Ooh, good call. I bet it is.
What about
there is no one else at Purdue football.
wasn't there one other good quarterback there?
I'll look here and see what we got.
Oh, wait.
Scrolling.
They lost, by the way.
Kyle
Orton.
Yeah, there wasn't a. See? He was awesome.
Kyle Orton was good. I thought you're like, see.
Well, I knew it was a name that I knew.
Rob Ninkovich.
It had to be because Purdue.
And
Otherwise,
Pollard.
Purdue is not ranked that high without a really good quarterback.
They went 7-5.
Well, they were number 9 at the time, and they beat Penn State 20-13 in 2004. That started the whiteout. Now it was solidified the next year when Penn State upset number 6 Ohio State at the whiteout.
Okay.
And that, of course, then everybody's like, well, we have to do this every year. So Michigan, they do it for the Michigan game a lot, or have done it for the Michigan game a lot, and Ohio State game. Oregon will be the opponent for the whiteout this year. Penn State's record overall for whiteout games is 13-8.
All right.
And they have won 6 in a row.
Ooh.
So it was a losing record.
Yeah.
But now that they're good, I do feel like there have been a couple times where they've put the whiteout on crappy games.
Yeah, just to get
some dubs.
But I also think they've put it on a couple Ohio State games that they've definitely lost
Thanks
close
for
ones. So
Not since 2018, though.
Can I say that is my
I was
favorite...
listening the whole time.
No, you weren't. That is my favorite thing, is when Rob says something.
I swear I heard everything.
He literally just said Ohio State and Michigan games, and Michael was like, I think they threw in some Ohio State games as well. I freaking love it. Never change.
Yeah, so they beat number 16 Michigan in 2019, number 22 Auburn in 2021. Of course, there wasn't a COVID game. Minnesota, see, they put Minnesota on there. Yeah. Row the boat, beat them handily. Yeah. Number 24 Iowa.
Sometimes the Watts need a win.
Hey, the Washington game last year was a whiteout.
Oh.
Yeah, and they beat him 35-6.
Yeah, Washington sucked.
And they also had a whiteout for their college football playoff game against SMU. So they did 2 whiteouts last year.
That was also a win.
And they won those. So they've won 6 in a row.
And by the way...
So watch out, Ducks.
And Oregon plays Rutgers at 4 and Minnesota at 6. There's the 2 other...
The Minnesota news, though, that's on a Friday, not on a Saturday. So
there you go.
That's gives them one more day to prepare for USC, but also just not a Saturday game.
Also announced was that on the 20th of September, the Apple Cup in Pullman will be on CBS at 4:30. 4:30.
Yeah, I'm still having to...
4:30.
Yeah, the Civil War Apple Cup beginning of the year thing. That's just...
Week 4.
Yeah.
Coincidentally...
Remember last year, Washington State beat them. Everyone thought that those rivals were just going to, that was going to be just a universal ass kicking. And Washington ran... to the short side of the field on a quarterback sprint and lost the game.
Who is Washington State's coach now?
They got the guy from South Dakota State who has brought over every player from South Dakota State, and his name is
Bill. Terry.
Jimmy Rogers.
Is that his name?
Yeah. No, I just made it up.
Well, it kind of did sound made up.
It sounded made up.
Jimmy Rogers?
Jimmy Rogers.
That's correct.
From South Dakota State.
From South Dakota State. He was the coach of the Jackrabbits.
Was that a good hire?
South Dakota State's good. Remember they beat your Kansas Jayhawks a few years ago? Yeah, he was really successful at South Dakota State.
By the way, that's not saying much. But yes, they have a good program. That game, so 4:30 on CBS in Pullman. Coincidentally, that game is 7 days before the Huskies have to go host Ohio State.
Oh. Okay, well, that's a little tidbit, a little sprinkle tidbit.
Yeah, you know what? That's exactly why I said that, Jace.
Yeah,
it's a tidbit.
Just a little,
yeah,
little tiddy there.
Oh,
tid.
Yeah, TIDDY.
Get your mind out of the gutter.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Jeez.
Well, I'd say that's 2 days in a row. You have almost been called into HR. If we had an HR department, you would have been called in.
Fined by the FCC?
You can say there's nothing wrong with that. TIDD, it'd be Y.
Well, I smell a segment.
What can you say on the radio?
I don't want to say
that.
this.
I don't like that segment.
No,
this is
that's not the
segment.
No, I smell a segment for football season. Can I say?
Well, you said
TIDDY.
Yeah.
College football titties.
Boy.
What? That's what he said.
I know.
That's fine. That you can say that.
I was more comfortable
that.
when you did the Tuesday tidbitties, which was already on a dangerous tightrope.
Yeah, I think you're right. This was not good. We shouldn't have done any of this. I like that. Tidbitties. College football.
Well, that's your own idea. You've already done it.
I know. My philosophy is to push until you're told to. And what's the saying?
Better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
Exactly.
But we said nothing wrong.
You might have.
No, I did not.
You might have.
Well, then you also might have.
I might have.
No.
There's a reason we're not just saying it all the time.
Look, I just don't like we said that. Yeah. Wholesome show, family show. All right. Is there anyone who doesn't think the SEC has the toughest schedule? That's next on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm not arguing that Russell Wilson has been great. He clearly has not. His days as a starting quarterback should be done in the NFL, but teams still keep giving him chances. What have the Seahawks done since trading him?
Nothing.
How many playoff wins they got?
They're on a run right now of not making them.
Okay. They went 2 years ago and lost to who? Who they lose to in the playoffs?
Yep.
Got it. Okay. So I get it. I'm not arguing that you should have kept Russell Wilson. That is a trade that has aged well for them.
Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
This summer,
Let's restore that feeling.
History is made.
It's time to change the world.
In Portland.
This is AEW.
An action-packed 4-hour event.
Where the best wrestle.
Starting at only $20.
Let's go.
For the first time ever, AEW presents
Okay, next order of business. More college football.
We calling this the college football sugar teas. Now there's a segment we can all get behind. Really? We got to go there?
What?
Clean it up.
You're the one that did it.
Clean it up. It's ridiculous.
Are your balls jiggling? So the SEC sent like a 7-page memo.
Yeah. It's a TPS report.
To the media outlining how tough their schedule is.
They love this.
Well, I guess you do lean into your, you tout your I mean, I get that.
Sure. Well, you saw.
But what are they? What is the point? Yeah, I mean, I have it here.
Well, but the thing was, because originally, the 4 automatic qualifiers, right?
Yeah.
And then it turns out there was a lot of pushback, and there was a lot of SEC coaches that didn't want that.
Yeah, they want the 5-11.
They want the 5-11 because
top 5 conference champions,
and then 11,
and then 11 at large.
Because the idea is that if you go to the 4 automatic qualifiers, everyone wants the SEC then to play 9 conference games.
Right.
And it turns out the SEC coaches are like, no, we'd rather play an 8-game schedule, still have that William and Jewell game at the end of the year, and then just let the dice, or I guess that would be the chips fall where they may at the end. Because we talked about this. If you look through like last year as the example, I think there would have been 6 SEC teams in there. So you don't really need the automatic qualifiers. I think their belief is we're going to get more than 4 teams in. So let's just stay with the 8-game schedule, guarantee us at least one more win. So now there's that debate of, it's funny. Everyone that was upset at the SEC for trying to push the 4 automatic qualifiers, and now the SEC is like, we may not want that. Let's just stick with the 5-11.
I get the debate, but I don't get why the SEC seems to think that anyone needs to be convinced that they have the toughest schedule. Like, we all know that.
I know, but people love to push. But to be fair, people love to take cracks at the SEC.
Yeah, so they put out numbers.
So they put up,
I get it, but
and the SEC can do whatever they want anyway, so they don't need to justify it, right?
Hey,
Like,
Big Ten's got 2 national titles in a row.
That's right.
So the SEC, this was part of it. It said the SEC only has 2 teams outside the top 50 in average strength of record over the past 10 years. And this says it provides clear evidence of the rigor of its regular season compared to other leagues. And then it's got a little chart because you have to, because media's dumb, they have to see the chart, visualize it. The SEC number of teams outside the top 50, the SEC has had 2, which is 13%. The Big Ten, 8, 44%. The Big 12, 9, 56%. And the ACC, 11, 65% of its teams outside the top 50.
Sure.
So,
I mean,
they felt the need to send a 7-page PowerPoint to the media to explain this.
And here's the thing. You're right in that at this point, if you're going to sit there and debate that any league is harder than the SEC, then you're just as dumb as the SEC.
I mean, if you're making that argument, it's disingenuous and nobody believes you. We all know the truth.
You can say that the SEC is crowned up and the SEC tries to give themselves unfair advantages and they try to use too much sway and all that. Sure. But the bottom line is they produce more champions. They produce more NFL players. They have more quality teams. Now, if you want to say at the back end of that, I mean, Mississippi State went 0-8 in the conference. Kentucky went 1-7. Auburn went 2-6. Those aren't dominant teams by any stretch of the imagination. But no one wants to go through a conference that has Texas, Georgia, Tennessee, Bama, LSU, South Carolina, Texas A&M, and Ole Miss. I mean, no one. Even Missouri last year. Like, those were all, and Florida wasn't as bad as we thought they were. There's just not another conference that can boast the top end and the mid-level. I think no matter what conference you're in, when you get down to the bottom, there's going to be crap. But even, according to the SEC, their bottom crap is better than the Big 12's bottom crap, which is probably true. But it doesn't mean that your S doesn't stink. It doesn't mean that you're infallible. Again, 2 years in a row, you haven't won the national title. But the SEC just loves to toot its own horn. But if the Pac-12 or the Big Ten had this, would they have been any different? If the Pac-12 back in the day, who loved to try to throw their spin at it, if USC and Oregon and Cal and if that was the SEC, do you think it would have been any different with the Pac-12?
What do you mean? Like they wouldn't put something like this out? Is that what you're saying?
I feel like
well, I think the Pac-12 would, because the Pac-12 has always felt like it had to kind of, like they were always the overlooked one.
Yeah.
So they kind of had to tout themselves. The SEC doesn't have to tout itself.
I'm wondering, when was the last time you saw a player, a team, a conference, a league that clearly was, king of the hill that didn't pound their chest? I think that just comes with the territory. Like when you are the best and you feel challenged or someone wants to take shots at you, I feel like I just feel like that's just natural. And it's annoying that the SEC does it, but they do it because they're
Once you've asserted your dominance, you remind people of your dominance.
I mean, I get that, but this almost feels like set the record straight type of propaganda.
Yeah.
Which is stupid because there is no record to be set straight. We all get what the SEC is.
Yeah.
You know, it's one thing to say, hey, we're great. It's another to be like, well, it seems like you don't understand our greatness.
I mean, just stupid.
Is it possible that, again, 2 years in a row, and you feel like maybe because of the NIL era that some of your grip on the college football world is slipping a little bit?
Or they're just trying to justify their automatic qualifier.
Yeah, that too.
You know.
That they may not even want.
Yeah, I think they do. It's interesting that the SEC is split.
Yeah.
Now, the part that is split doesn't really matter. Like what the coaches say, I mean, they don't really have much of a say. It's the presidents.
Yeah.
So, but it was interesting to see that the coaches came out and they were not aligned with what the conference is saying.
No.
So, I mean, I don't know that matters, but it's kind of interesting.
I do. I think it is intriguing.
You do.
And do the coaches ultimately get to make the decision, or is that an AD thing? And they go to them and be like, "Hey, this guarantees us a certain amount of money." And to me, I think you take the automatic qualifiers because it's foot in the cash register as opposed to
a 9-game schedule.
And yeah,
it makes you more money.
Yeah, but
they're not. I mean, I know the coaches don't want that, but they ain't gonna get what they want in that.
I wouldn't think so.
It's about dollars and cents.
I feel like the automatic qualifier thing's going to happen, but we'll see.
Come
Nothing's
on,
been decided.
Lane Kiffin.
I want to look. In the last 25 years.
What an exciting time.
And I did a brief
Go
look.
out.
I think they have like 18 of the national championships.
Yeah.
In college football.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Maybe they need to send out a 7-page document reminding people of that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just silly.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Mike Leach may get into the Hall of Fame yet.
Well, my.
That story next on The Fan.
There's only one bullet left for the New York Knicks. I'm Sammy Pete, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Knicks must win, Knicks must do this, maybe
the SEC. Well, they don't have anything else.
And they know that.
Yeah.
Like, do they have to send out a memo about that too?
We're poisoning.
Look, we just want to remind you. Your fans are great, but...
And by the way, that's not a good thing in my opinion. I would not want...
Well, they're crazy.
I would not want any fans in the Pacific Northwest to be SEC fans. I would not trade. No, that's... You always say, what do we have out here? Perspective and like
balance.
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 Other things to do.
Yeah. Normal.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I've got a couple of other tidbits for you.
Tidbitties.
See what I did there?
Yeah, we can't say we've decided.
Well, I talked to Cooley about it.
Yeah.
He's out there.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, I saw him right after the segment. And I said,
he's all about it?
Well, I said, we have good news and bad news.
Yeah.
And he goes, oh, God. And I said, well, it was a good segment. I want you to know we just did a really good segment.
Yeah.
And he's like, that's great. And I said, well, the bad news is we said, and he looked at me like, oh, my God. Why would you do that? And I'm like, tidbits.
Tid.
Oh, and then he goes,
T-I-D.
oh.
Yeah.
He goes, well, you guys have done worse.
Oh, that's good. I like it.
And I said, not much, but yes, we have.
But we'll steer.
But if that's the bar, we're good for a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
That's
And then
true.
he walked off.
We're gonna steer clear of that one though.
So email Ryan Cooley if you have a problem
There
with
you
Big
go.
Sook's commentary.
And yours. You thought about it and still said it.
Yeah, I sure did.
Yeah.
I made a conscious choice.
Yeah, Sooks was like murder in the second degree. Yours was murder in the first. Premeditated, dude.
I think mine was more like manslaughter.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I mean that's
No, I don't.
Negligent manslaughter.
All right, so anyway, I've got a couple here. Couple of things, and neither matter in the least.
Let's do it
But-
anyway.
Well, no, dude, both of these things are hot topics. People go crazy over stuff like this, and they debate it on these stupid debate shows.
Okay.
And they just don't matter.
All right.
At least to me.
Maybe they matter to me.
Yeah, they might. I don't think they do, though.
Let's find out. Let's go on this journey
Yeah.
together.
Do you want to hear them?
I do.
Are you guys ready?
I'm ready for our,
Are you guys sitting down?
I'm ready for our tids.
Tids.
Boy.
You're trying, aren't you?
Well, that was clear. There's nothing wrong with that. That was clear
I think that's
and present.
Mike Leach is going to get in the Hall.
Hey!
And
you have to complain about DEI now, though, because we're just lowering standards to get people in.
yes, you
my.
you know there's going to be somebody who's like, well, this is wrong. I'll tell you what they did in a second. But here's the second thing. Are you ready? Second tid. The NCAA tournament may be expanding.
It's by the way, that's not. It may. It's expanding.
Well, they haven't figured it out yet. But
No, but it is.
they're saying either 72 or 76 teams.
Because that's what we need. We need more meaningless teams getting into the NCAA tournament.
They
Cool.
want that.
Cool, everybody. It's just more TV inventory.
But again, wake me when there's a story that, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure that will be debated and people will yell and scream about it.
And you'll still watch.
Exactly.
You know, they'll
It's
find
fine.
a way
Whatever.
to fit it in the...
If you don't like it, don't watch the games. You little bitch. So Mike Leach's. So this was a big topic after Leach died.
Yes. He was just
his
shy.
career winning percentage is 59.8.
Yeah.
And in order to get into the College Football Hall of Fame, which is run by the National Football Foundation, for coaches, you have to be eligible. You have to win 60% of your games.
By the way, does that seem so odd to anyone else besides me? Like
what?
Well, imagine like if
Which
you were
part?
Any of it. Like imagine like the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame saying like, "Hey, just so you know, in order to be a Hall of Fame pitcher, you have to have won a certain percentage of your games." That's just a weird. I've never heard of any other Hall of Fame that has arbitrary, like stat lines.
Yeah, normally it's just like, hey,
Yeah.
you helped start with Hal Mummy this really innovative offense. You only won 7 games, but we're going to put you in the Hall of Fame because we think you contributed to the game.
It's just, do you think this guy was good enough? Yes or no. It wasn't based on a number.
Well, imagine if you took over like the worst program in the country, right? Absolute dog mess. And, you know, so it took you 5 years to dig your way out of just a rat hole, right? And then you had like 2 successful seasons.
Less miles,
right? And then you jump over to a bad SEC program, like you take over Vanderbilt, right? Or a school like that. And again, it takes you 3-4 years to dig your way out. and you lose 9 games every year, and then you have like an 8-year run that's really good where you're winning, 8, 9 games. You win a couple national championships, maybe. You bring a school from the brink of nothing, and then you have maybe 3 years at a high-profile program. Everything goes well, and then you decide to hang them up. You're not a Hall of Fame coach? It's such a weird, arbitrary thing.
So they changed the career winning percentage minimum to 59.5.
We calling this the pirate rule. Clearly, the only reason they did this is that people can just quiet and let Mike
Shut
Leach.
up about Mike Leach. He's in now. Yeah. Or he's eligible now.
Yeah. And he will be a Hall of Famer.
Which is stupid. But because somebody said on the X, they said the only person that would not like this is Mike Leach.
I was going to ask you guys that. I feel like it could go one of 3 ways. He's like, oh, that's nice they thought of me. I don't care at all, or that's really stupid.
Well, he probably didn't care, but I think the latter. Some people were saying he's the type of guy that would hate that they changed this.
Yeah, just for him.
Just for him. He would say, I should have won one extra game, one more game. What he would do is he would go on like a 15-minute diatribe about one game that he blew. Yeah. And he would tell a great story about how he blew it.
That or about a time in history that we changed a voting requirement and it affected how everything else unfolded.
Exactly. Well, in 1936, he would say something.
Texas is a sovereign state, and a sovereign state, when they vote.
Well, Mike Leach was one of the most polarizing figures, but to say that in any way that guy isn't a Hall of Fame coach is just silly. So
that's 50% stupid.
They rectified it, and he's a Hall of Famer, and it is funny that he may be the one guy that would be against it, and I could totally see that. Although I would think no matter who you are and what kind of curmudgeon, and he certainly was a curmudgeon, wouldn't everyone want to be recognized by your peers as a Hall of Famer?
He may be one of the few that wouldn't care. I really do see him that way.
I understand. I think there's a difference between like not caring and still, I don't know, like, because I guess that is caring. Like, I understand it wouldn't be important to him. I just don't know anyone who could be honored with that and then just not give to, like not have it be like a pat on the back feels good to everybody, right?
Unless you're Rick Carlisle.
That's true.
Or Mike Leach, maybe.
Because you see people that like don't show up at the Oscars or don't show up at the Grammys because they're like, it's about art or whatever. Like Prince would be one of these dudes. But I'll bet you at Prince's house, I bet you he had Grammy trophies up because at the end of the day, you're like, hey, this doesn't matter, but that's still pretty cool. I got like 9 Grammys.
Well, his speech do they give speeches for College Football Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
His speech would have been great.
We
miss that guy.
Yeah. Because at that point, he probably would have taken a blowtorch to the whole thing, which is always fun. To take something that's very self-important and people that try to make it bigger than it is, and then to have someone be like, thanks for the honor, I really don't care.
Yeah, he'd get up there and say the whole thing's pointless.
Yeah, that's
he would have an agenda.
Yeah, that's fun.
For sure.
Yeah. He was the most... we've been doing this a long time. He's the most unique guy that we've ever covered.
Very interesting fella.
Yeah. And there's parts about him that I really disliked. He was not infallible by any stretch of the imagination, but he was such an interesting character that I always wanted more.
All right, coming up next, we crown the Thunder on the Fan.
It's back. Your local Toyota dealers
Really was. They didn't show up.
No.
They had 7 points in the first 10 minutes.
I mean, I understand. I mean, Oklahoma City's better than you are. You're not coming back in that series, but you would like to think that you would have some element of balls and or pride.
Yeah.
I just to roll over and die like that.
But don't you think that is a reflection of Ant Edwards?
I do think there's an element of that.
I do. I think it's oftentimes a reflection of the star of the team when something like that happens.
Well, he did come out and try to be more aggressive, but he was terrible, and he was forcing stuff and turning the ball over.
Look, you know how NBA locker rooms work, dude.
Yeah.
It may be that they kind of fractured in that series because it seemed to me that Edwards was alluding to the fact that, dude, I can't. The way they're playing me, the other guys have to step up, but he can't say that, and the other guys didn't step up. And so, it's possible that they kind of were like, screw you, dude.
Yeah.
And he was like, well, screw you. I need help. They need to give him way more help.
Sure.
It will be when Minnesota fills in that roster around him. Not that it's bad right now, but Oklahoma City is just really freaking good. But it'll be amazing how much better Ant Edwards looks when there are other guys that teams have to key on the floor.
Well, and the problem is that you went out and you made that big swinge for Rudy Gobert, and dude, there were times in this playoff run where they sat him. Like, you can't have.
Well, they overpaid for him at the time. Everybody knew that.
Yeah.
But you also saw a series where against the Warriors.
Yeah.
Where he mattered because the Warriors didn't have a big.
It's just weird because Gobert is one of their big three, and Randall had disappeared for large stretches. Gobert is, he's not Draymond, because even when Draymond's not scoring, he can do something besides defense, and he never got played off the floor.
You have to take Gobert off the floor in circumstances.
And that's, and I don't know. And then Mike Conley's like 1,000 years old. And so I don't know.
That's it. Dude, they don't have any.
No.
So Oklahoma City knew that, and they were like, all right, well, bring it, Edwards. We're going to throw the whole world at you, and you're not in the, so it's possible that they
But
they just fractured
26-9 in the first quarter. Ugh.
I mean, they quit.
Yeah.
Let's call it what it is.
Yeah.
And so we'll see what they do. But Oklahoma City is now 80-18 on the season.
Yeah.
They have played 98 games and they've won 80 of them.
Well, and they've lost one time all year to the Eastern Conference, and that was a game against Cleveland. And they're getting ready to play the Eastern Conference, in case you were wondering.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah. Well, and I heard Dirt and Sprague were talking about this, and I'm certainly not ready to go down this road. I thought it was a bit of recency bias, but I forget which one was saying it this morning when I was walking the old dog. They were saying that this was the best team they've ever seen, and I was like, whoa,
Oklahoma City?
Oklahoma City. I was like, I'm not.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. In fact, I would take those Golden State teams. I would take the Lakers, Shaq and Kobe teams.
Can we talk about Showtime Lakers? Of course, they weren't born yet.
Yeah, I know. So
right? Were they born in the 80s? No, probably not. No, because they're in their 30s.
Yeah, they're in their 30s.
Yeah, they don't have the appreciation.
So, I mean, I'm not ready to go that far, but this is a team with the highest point differential in NBA history.
Yep.
It won 68 games. So far in the playoffs, although Denver pushed them.
Well, Denver's a pretty good team.
Denver's a good team, but Denver pushed them. So, Jordan never even once got to a game 7. And no offense to the Denver Nuggets, you have one generational player and you fired your coach and you played like 6 guys. So the fact that they took him to a game 7, I'm not going anywhere near. And by the way, Oklahoma City hasn't won jackass.
I would also like to point out that Minnesota being in the West Finals, that was a mismatch.
Yeah.
They were a 6 seed.
Yes.
So I'm not ready to.
Denver was there.
I'm not ready to crown that. And also, by the way, be careful when you start doing this, and we start talking about the dynasty that is going to be Oklahoma City and the youngest team to ever do this. And there's a lot of metrics you can point to that say this is a rare group, right? This is an outlier. And yes, you look ahead with all the resources they have, and they're not in the luxury tax. It's the first time that a team has won a title, and they're not going to be in the luxury tax. Like, there's a ton of stuff out there. But they haven't won anything. I remember when, and this is a weird, I don't know why this popped into my head, but I remember when USC was getting ready to play Texas in the Rose Bowl all those years ago, And I you not, if you remember, ESPN was running programming all week saying that this USC team, that was the Bush, Leinart, Lendell White, all those cats, that was the greatest college football team of all time. They were crowning them the greatest college football team of all time. And they did the same thing with the Miami Hurricanes, right? That Miami team that was going to go back to back. They were like, this is the greatest college football team of all time. And what happened in both of those games? You got Vince Young and you got Craig Krenzold. You lost Shaq and Kobe, right? That Laker team, oh my God, is this the dynasty that would be better than Michael and the Bulls? And what happened? And they remember that Karl Malone, and they were going to get Carl a ring and Gary Payton, and they ran into the Detroit Pistons. So look, Oklahoma City is a juggernaut. And I said going into this whole thing, I think Oklahoma City is going to win. I don't buy the you thing. This is the best team. It's been the best team all year. But the fact that we're just writing off the Indiana Pacers, who I guess haven't gotten there yet, but we're giving Indiana no shot. Dude, I'm not doing that.
I'm not doing that either.
No.
We have a Pacers segment coming up later. They are being compared to, and so this is part of the thing about Oklahoma City. Statistically, they're already up there with some great teams, right?
Yeah.
And that can be a little misleading. We all know that. Yeah. But at the same time, they are in the finals. And they're 80-18. Like and they have the MVP. I mean, there's nothing not to like about Oklahoma City.
Yes.
But you're right. I mean, we all need to see them win a title before we go that far.
Yeah.
But the Pacers are already being compared to one of the all-time great teams, and they do stack up statistically.
Yeah.
And I will tell you who that is later in our
What
show.
a tease.
How about that?
I love it.
Am I a radio guy or what?
Oh, so good.
No, they really are. Like the Pacers, okay, I think because they're Indiana and because they don't have a lot of star power, although we are seeing an emerging superstar in Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah.
We just flat out are.
Yeah.
He's playing. I mean, these are, the way they play, I can see why we're not taking them seriously yet. But watch out.
Yeah.
That is a live dog for the finals. Now, they got to beat the Knicks.
Yep.
I think they will.
They will.
They will. They're playing great. But there are some statistics, and I'll give these to you later, but there are some stats that I can compare them to one of the all-time great teams. Dude, this finals, I think a lot of people just on paper looking at this going, Oklahoma City in a landslide. Be careful.
I think it's going to be real fun.
It's a great match.
And I hope people watch. I hope we don't just get, it's Oklahoma City and it's Indiana and middle of the country and whatever, Cowtown. And
now, if Oklahoma City bashes their heads in 4 or 5,
then it's one.
I'll come on here and be like, well, maybe it is one of the great teams. But I think Pacers are being overlooked right now.
Yeah. I agree.
So we'll get to that later.
I just be careful crowning people before they've won anything, because it happens a bunch. And more, I'm not going to say, like, I'm not saying this happens all the time, because Golden State was like unbeatable with Kevin Durant. Well, it turned out they were unbeatable with Kevin Durant.
Yeah, they were awesome.
They were.
Well, I mean, we always forget about the Spurs, but dude,
yeah, they were really good too.
Nobody could beat the Spurs.
No, they were really.
Well, they win 6. They won 5.
They won 5 with Timmy Duncan, but
5.
I don't think they ever went back to back. They were just the level of consistency. Losers. You're a loser. The Warriors one is the one that is Oklahoma City certainly could turn into a dynasty. The one that I think is the ultimate what could have been is Golden State.
If Durant stayed.
And if Draymond just doesn't go be Draymond. They beat the Cavaliers. And then if Kevin Durant would have come anyways, and Durant had just stayed.
But if they had won that one that Draymond didn't play, I'm not sure they would have gone for Durant, because they would have had the record and the ring.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't go.
But either way, there's a different script where their dynasty is even bigger than it was.
Had Durant just stayed, even just that.
Right, because they won back-to-back and then he bounced.
Yeah. He just stayed.
Who else was on that team?
With Durant?
Sean Livingston and David West was part of that team, and then you had the big Aussie
Bogut
was on those teams.
He was on the Bogut was on the first team. I don't know that he was on it after that.
I was just looking at all the guys that kind of came through there that played on those teams.
But they were constantly signing guys to like minimum deals and stuff, because they were paying Durant and Curry and Clay and Draymond. So
was that 22?
No, the Durant ones would have been.
What was the year after they won?
Would have been 17, 18, and 18, 19, I think.
16, 17, 17, 18.
There you go.
Okay. Jordan Bell.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah, I
Of
remember Jordan
your
Bell.
Ducks.
Jordan Poole helped out one of those teams before he...
They were just the idea of keeping that foursome together, because it would have been Clay, Steph, Draymond, and Durant.
Oh, Iguodala. That was the
that's
other
right.
guy.
He won a Finals MVP.
And they called that group the Hamptons Five because the four Warriors, Iguodala, Steph, Draymond, and Clay, went out to meet Kevin Durant in the Hamptons to have their big meeting.
That's
and,
right.
Yeah.
And don't forget about Nick Young getting a ring with that team.
That's right. Swaggy P.
Swaggy P was on that team.
Freaking A. We've had some really good teams. And I will say this. If Oklahoma City wins this, it does appear, because we've had 7 different champions in 7 years. First time it's ever happened. This is the one that certainly looks like it could be set up to just go on a run. But we said that about Boston, and look what happened. Chet broke his pelvis. SGA can blow an Achilles. The luxury. You never know. Don't count LeBron. Not 1, not 2, not 3. They did win 2. But it didn't win 8. That didn't happen. They lost to the Dallas Mavericks, for God's sake. So just
shut it.
I'll just wait.
Yeah, let's just wait.
Let's wait.
All right, in the news is coming up next. The great Barry Manilow is doing something pretty cool for his show when he comes to town. And we'll tell you what that is next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Reynolds Defense Firm. If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys that you can put your trust into. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on the Fan, a couple potential playoff closeout games tonight. The Knicks and Pacers about to do battle at Madison Square Garden. The Knicks looking to avoid elimination in Game 5. Knicks are a 4.5-point favorite. They'll tip it off at the top of the hour over on TNT. Over on the ice, the Oilers battling the Stars in Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals. A win for Edmonton would set up a rematch of last year's Stanley Cup Final between the Oilers and Panthers. They will drop the puck at 5 o'clock over on ESPN. Out at the Memorial Tournament, Ben Griffin, your first-round leader after shooting a 7 under 65. Colin Morikawa, 2 shots off the lead at 5 under in second place. Max Homa in third place at 4 under par, and Shane Lowry is 3 under in fourth place. On the diamond tonight, Oregon softball plays their first game of the College World Series in Oklahoma City against UCLA. That'll be over on ESPN2 at 6:30. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
Well, bad things happen in life. You get injured or beat up, like in a bar. Yeah, like Rick Riz, or a bar fight.
Yeah.
Things hurt.
A bar fight with a baseball? Yeah. I mean, that's the sound of pain right there.
Yeah, we have pain.
We're not
Basically, life is pain.
I think that's a Princess Bride line, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, is it?
Life is pain. But I don't think back then that
they weren't wrong.
I don't think there were attorneys. I think he just went and found someone and stabbed him. Like, you got retribution. But you can't do that anymore.
Pain.
That's back to pain.
It's just nothing but pain out there.
But we've evolved past that now, where we don't do vigilante justice, or you shouldn't do vigilante justice.
No.
Your vigilante justice is calling the advocates and letting Donikin, letting them extract the revenge, or just get you what you deserve.
Yeah, Donikin, Ken and Donnie, they are the advocates. They are great. They are personal injury attorneys. So if you've ever been injured, you got to give them a call, man, because they're going to help you out. They don't get paid until you win. Consultations are always free, so there's no risk in calling them to see whether your case, whether they can help you. They oftentimes say that people think that their case isn't big enough, or they wouldn't take their case, or they won't get enough money out of the case. You don't know anything.
There you go.
Just call them.
Let them figure it out.
Let them figure it out. They're very smart, and they're very good, and the insurance companies hate them, which is why you should love them. So if you've been injured, you need more than a lawyer. You deserve an advocate. advocateslaw.com.
Yeah. Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is
right, nice to have you along. It's a Thursday program. It is May. It's May, I know that.
29th.
May 29, 2025. It is time for In the News. I am your noted newsman. Hello, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Nice to have you along. Wait, I already said that. But I mean it. I mean it deep down in my bones. It's brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Today is National Biscuit Day.
Ooh, who doesn't love good biscuit? I mean, they're just delightful. A little butter and honey, you can do some jam.
We had buttermilk biscuit day like 2 weeks ago. We talked about this on the show.
Well, is there any other kind?
Well, I don't know what. I mean, these days are interesting, but there shouldn't be 6 for each item in the world.
Listen to him.
He's not happy about it.
Look, let's just celebrate the biscuit, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't have a lot of biscuits, but when I do, I enjoy one.
It is also End of the Middle Ages Day.
Oh. Do we have like a definitive end to the Middle Ages?
1500s?
I don't know.
Right?
It's just one of those terms that we all know roughly, the Middle Ages, but I didn't know we ended the Middle Ages at a very specific day.
There's no universally agreed upon date. However, some historians use the fall of Constantinople in 1453 as the marker.
Right around 1500, as you said. You were close.
Then you get into the modern times of the 1600s. Am I right?
Yeah, because that's what I think of when I think of modern times. It's 1614. Ah, yes.
Yeah, you think about it. There ain't much modern about this world of ours.
No, but it also makes you wonder when you think about, 16, 17, 1800 to where we're at now and how barbaric. Kick us ahead 200 years and what we're going to think about today. Imagine looking back at our society right now and being like, dude, what a bunch of rubes. What a bunch of absolute morons.
I often think that.
Yeah.
That was for the good of the game. Well, if you're a Portland music teacher, stand up and scream.
Anybody?
Well, you're not.
No.
And Buck's not.
No.
So no one here is standing up and screaming. But if you are a Portland music teacher and you weren't driving in your car, I hope you stood up and screamed.
Shout out?
Yeah, because Barry Manilow would love to see you at his show.
Yeah.
Wednesday, July 16th at the Moda Center.
That's kind of cool. Barry giving a little love to the...
Barry.
Yeah, the local... is this also like Barry needs some filler at his show too? It's like, I need some breaks. Not as youthful as I used to be.
It's not... I don't know. I think this is a pretty cool thing. I
do too.
I don't know how many acts do this, but Barry, he will honor regional music teachers on his tour. So he will have a $10,000. Well, he'll have $10,000 total dollars in gifts that the Manilow Music Project will bequeath, which is one of my favorite words.
It is a good word.
Bequeath. 5,000 of that will go directly to the person that fans vote as Portland's favorite music teacher. The other 5,000 will go to buy musical instruments for their school in the form of Manilow bucks.
Very cool.
Did you know he had Manilow bucks?
I did not. So when you do this,
he gets kickbacks?
I don't know. Like, do you buy the instruments directly for him, or do you just have to provide the receipts? I don't know. Like,
I don't know.
Anytime you get into like Manilow bucks, now we're talking about like railroad bond. Like, it makes me a little.
Sounds like a crypto scam.
Yeah, it does sound scammy, but
do?
It's probably some sort of legal tax sort of.
But yeah,
some vouchers.
But he's doing this at I think it's like his last 17 shows. He's doing this in every city, which is really cool.
Yeah, they say that the Manilow Music Project, which was established in 2008, has already given more than $10 million worth of instruments and music scholarships.
Yeah.
Which is great. I didn't know Barry was so badass like that.
I didn't either, but that's awesome because, one, the arts are under attack. And
that's right.
If anyone's ever had a kid in music, music's expensive. Instruments are not cheap, and I think that's really cool. And some of those teachers, so shout out to the Jason Owens of the world.
So let me read the teachers. I'm gonna give them all some love here. Now, anyone can vote, and you have to go to the Manilow Music Project website, and you can vote up through June 10th. And the contest, I mean, you can live anywhere and vote. But if you've got strong feelings about any of these people, you need to go vote for them. You've got Jason Owens from Franklin High School.
Shout out, Jay.
You've got Frank Petrick from Lincoln High School. You've got Jason Margolis from Roosevelt. Chris McCurdy from Grant. Chris Adams Brown from Leotis V. McDaniel High School.
I don't know.
Is that
don't,
what is it?
Don't,
what's that?
I have no idea.
We have Gary Ryler from Grover Cleveland High School. We have Nick Caldwell from Ida B. Wells. We have Dave Hester from Jefferson, Kasia Lee from Park Rose, and Christina Stingle from Lake Ridge.
Can I point something out here?
One of those will be honored at Barry's show. What?
I don't like this.
All men, except for Christina?
A lot of dudes. Bit of a sausage fest out
Is
there.
Kasia Lee male or female?
Female.
That's female. Okay, so we got 2 women.
Also, I figured out Leotis V. McDaniel High School was renamed after we got rid of James Madison because he was canceled.
Boy, I didn't know it was Leotis V. McDaniel.
Yeah.
Boy, when you said that, I was like, what?
Because I thought that there may be a chance it was not always Leotis V. McDaniel, and that was the case.
Can I?
Ida B. Wells is Wilson, right? The old Wilson?
I think that's right.
Because Wilson got canceled?
I think that's right.
Yeah. Can I? So I'm assuming that Leotis v. McDaniel is some sort of important legal case that I'm not familiar with.
I will
Someone
find
want to do?
I read that as one person.
No, I guarantee. I'm assuming that is going to be.
You think it's a case?
That's going to be a case. I guess Leotis sued McDaniel. You know, this is going to be some sort of civil.
Teacher Leotis V. McDaniel became the principal of the school in 1983 and named after a former principal.
They named it after Dr. V.
Oh, okay. Well, I assumed that was a case. That makes me feel a little better because that is the clunkiest name for a high school that I've ever.
Yeah, why don't they just call it McDaniel High School?
They just refer it to
Lotus V. McDaniel High School is silly.
Yeah, well, they also say Grover Cleveland High School, so clearly they don't know what our high schools.
Yeah.
You know, because it's like here we just call it Cleveland.
A little weird.
Anyway, good luck to all of you.
Yeah.
May the force be with you.
Yeah, and like I don't know, just
so go vote.
Stuff the ballot box. Like if you're if you're Chris McGurdy, get everyone start a Facebook campaign or whatever.
Well, I do think when things like this happen, particularly in when you get real into community like this, like high school stuff, it's really just going to be the winner is. They're probably all great.
Yeah.
It's the winner is just going to be whichever high school is most activated to support their person.
Know what I'm saying? It says on the link I can vote. I'm going to vote right now.
Who are you voting for? I'm going to vote for all of them.
You can't.
I love music teachers.
You can't do that.
I had a great music teacher when I was a kid.
I did not. I've told the story. I wanted to play the drums, and he wouldn't let me. He told me
it wasn't Chris McCurdy, was it?
No, it was Mr. Neshiba.
Not empowering young.
I failed the.
Well,
rhythm.
he knew you wouldn't been any good.
I failed the rhythm test.
He was like, maybe this saxophone would be better.
Oh, so he did give you a chance. You just couldn't cut it.
Well, like when you're like in the 5th grade, and when you went to music class and you got to pick the instrument, you could just pick whatever you want. In order to play the drums, though, you had to keep to get into the drum program. You had to keep a rhythm with your feet and with your hands.
Look at DEI Sook wanting a break from the teacher.
I did. I wanted a break, and they were like, "No." And I was like, "Seriously, I can't play the drums?"
No,
and
man,
like,
standards are standards.
You like pick a different instrument. So I was like, "Well, is there a guitar?" And they're like, "No." So it was like I got to
There is, but not for you.
So would you get the flute?
They didn't even. No, I didn't do it. I was so pissed.
Oh,
it was the only cool instrument.
He turned you away from music.
I wanted to play the drums or I wanted to play the guitar. The guitar was not available. They didn't have that in our school band. And I'm sorry, but I don't want to play the freaking clarinet.
What was his name?
Mr. Neshiba.
How do you what? Neshiba.
His name was Mr. Neshiba, and he was still there when my daughter went to school. He was her music teacher. And let me tell you something. I had a bone to pick with that guy. Yeah, I didn't do music.
Yeah, this says why.
Did you come back around like 20 years later and tell him what's up?
No, but like when my daughter was
I see him here.
Yeah, and I gave him a lot of stink eye, and I told my daughter that
I'll tell you what,
putz.
He got a great. So he was a teacher for 37 years.
Yeah, he retired when my daughter was there. We went to the finals band concert was his like swan song.
Yeah, and they gave him quite a send off. Like he was beloved.
He was a beloved guy. Like in all honesty, like I guess.
So
like,
this all tracks.
Everyone loved him.
Yeah.
So
he was great at what he did, and he understood that you had no musical talent. He's like, maybe you should play football.
There was
a leader.
Yeah.
He put Zook on the right path.
He did. He did. Maybe I will never forget that. Being told that I couldn't play the drums, and I was like, well, where's the guitar? You don't have that choice. And I turned right around. I still remember the little the music room had like the levels, like the
risers.
Yeah, the risers. Dude, I was like, screw this. I turned around and walked right out and was like, I'm gonna go find something else to do. Not playing the trombone. And like being the bid kid, what they would have stuck me with? I would have been on the GD tuba. I'm not playing the tuba. It ain't happening.
I think it better suits you. I mean, look at you.
Yeah.
I have a follow-up. Portland man makes it to Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
He made it.
I saw this.
That'll be next on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
Wallace three, hits at the horn with a chance to go to the finals, a near perfect opening quarter to start Game 5. Thunder 26 and Minnesota 9.
Yeah, it's like a football score.
How do you, in a must-win game with your pride on the line and you put up a 9er? You went walkie-talkie in the first quarter. Good Lord.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, plus a free entry door when you buy a house of windows right now at Window Nation. Get a free estimate at windownation.com or call them at 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION.
Check out the Fan Merch Locker.
There's a lot of people.
The Fan.
That's my music teacher of for the Barry Manilow thing.
Yeah, would we?
And I don't like that they don't have the photos. I was gonna go based on appearance. I was gonna go on who looked.
Of course you were.
I was gonna go on who looked the most musical, and I don't like it because they just put up the school logo. So I've officially decided to make. I got 12 days left to vote, and I am going with Jason Margolis because I think the Roosevelt High School logo is the coolest.
I thought you were just going to say because his name's Jason.
No.
If he wins by one vote,
that has nothing to do with it. But
then he was probably deserving.
I would like to say that I'm officially throwing my weight behind Jason Margolis of Roosevelt High School because let's be honest, a lot of these other logos are kind of dumb and I don't like them. Jefferson has a pretty cool one. I considered Dave Hester from Jefferson High School because I thought that was a pretty cool logo too. But the Roosevelt, look at the Roosevelt logo. That's a slick 1906 and it's got the bridge on there and I liked it. So Jay, you got my vote.
This is in the news, May 29, 2025. Hello. Noted newsman here. Thank you. I have a follow-up for you guys. And it is, we were talking about Florida Man.
Yeah.
But Oregon Man is like a hippie version of Florida Man.
Yeah. Very
without
similar.
the bath salts.
Sure.
Oregon Man, this is the guy who quit his job and he sailed with his cat to Hawaii.
Yeah.
Captain Oliver.
Or I thought it was Phoenix.
No, Phoenix is the cat.
Yeah, Phoenix.
The guy's name is Captain Oliver.
Oliver Widger is his name. They arrived in Waikiki on Saturday.
Yeah.
It took them a week.
And they made it.
At sea.
It's pretty kick-ass.
That is pretty. I think that kind of is. Is that hard?
I was talking to a yachtsman.
Yeah, what'd they say?
We were talking about this, and because he's actually sailed a bunch. Like he sailed down into like South America and stuff, and he said if you don't know what you're doing, sailing there is the. He didn't say anyone could do it, but he said it's quite easy to sail from our coast to Hawaii. Coming back, if you don't know what you're doing, he said do not attempt it. Because the winds.
Is that just the currents?
The currents and the winds. Like you have to. From here, you can kind of just, as long as you know how to set a course.
It'll blow you there?
Yeah, it's not that difficult. But coming back, you have to zigzag. Because and so he said coming back is, you really have to know what you're doing. So he was interested. He thought this was a cool story, but he goes, I hope that guy is smart enough to know that getting back is a lot harder.
Well, this is a guy who said he learned to sail by watching YouTube.
Yeah. So that's what he said. He said not everyone can do it, but he did say that if you've got a good boat and you can, and there's a lot of modern navigation equipment, it's not that challenging getting there.
Yeah, but I think I don't know this, but it would feel like it's one of those things where when things are right,
yeah,
you're good.
Something goes wrong.
But one thing goes wrong, it could be disastrous.
Yeah.
Like one little thing.
Absolutely. So it's,
I don't know if he got lucky or not.
I'm sure there's a little bit of luck in there, but I'm sure you look and you pick good weather days and
Well, what do you do when you're what do you do when you're out there? Like you can't, like how long, it took him over a week.
Yeah.
So
nothing, you're just saying.
You can't, well, I know, but you can't pick good weather days. He's just sailing the whole time.
No, but I think you look at he was
for the week.
Yeah, I was talking to this guy and he was going on about like you can plan this, and he said it's a very doable thing for, I believe his word was competent.
Okay, well, he learned from YouTube.
Yes, he said if you're a competent person, you can do this.
He says now that he may head to French Polynesia with Phoenix, the cat.
Well, again, I think you're still going in the same direction. Just
just keep going in that direction. Before you know it, you sailed around the world.
Probably you got to come back the other way, and then when you do run into bad weather.
What did you say?
How do we think the cat likes it?
Probably hates it. Surrounded by water like that? No
Nothing
cats
to do.
You got a little litter box. I don't know. Maybe you got a little laser toy.
Looks like a pretty cool looking cat.
Yeah. And he's got a big Instagram following. I think he's raising some funds and stuff.
Yeah, he's gotten some sponsors.
Yeah, man. Well, good for him, dude. That you're living a life that doesn't enthrall you. You got maybe a bad health diagnosis, and you put it in the win.
That's what happened with him. He quit his job. He had some health issues, and he cashed in his 401k.
Yeah.
And he's like, screw it, I'm sailing to Hawaii.
Yeah.
I mean, a little short-sighted, but okay.
Yeah. Well, because he doesn't know if this.
Yeah.
I look. It's one of those. I hope this doesn't come back and bite him. But I get what he's doing. That's a life.
You should join him.
If I didn't have like kids and a job and all that, I'll say this. I've never understood. the person that does they work a crappy job that they hate. They're not married, right? They don't have kids, and just every day they just sit there in a boring ass cubicle, and it's like they just if you're gonna do that, dude, that's the person that I'm like, why don't more people do this? If you're gonna sit somewhere and be miserable and be depressed, go do it somewhere where you don't have to wear a shirt and there's sun. Like, just get out of there, put it in the wind and go somewhere, or something like this. But
Let's find more sun.
You know, you have friends and family and loved ones, and you built a nice little life.
Bills.
But I knew a guy that used to work out at the Helvetia Tavern, and he did this. Him and his lady, they sold everything they owned, and he applied. He found a thing online where he found a job because he was I think he was like a kitchen manager, or maybe he was the head cook at Helvetia Tavern, and he found online someone that needed a restaurant worker, a chef or a cook or whatever, somewhere in the tropics. I forget where it was, maybe in the Saints somewhere, and he had never been, knew nothing about it, but him and his lady just were not happy, and they sold everything they owned, and they saved up for like 6 months, and sight unseen, they accepted the job and flew with a bag of clothes each and went down there. And I was like, dude, that's freaking awesome.
There's like 1% of my being that wants to do exactly that someday.
Yeah.
Just pick up and go.
I think everybody has that kind of in the back of their head.
Yeah. Especially when you go on vacation and you find a quiet little place that's off of the main areas. And
It's very appealing.
You're like, could I just be here forever? I think I could.
As Americans, we stockpile all this crap.
Yep.
You know, and then all of a sudden, you look around and you go, what does any of this mean? I'm just going to sell it.
Yeah.
And here's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
I'm going to climb Mount Kilimanjaro. Yeah.
It's the Jack Reacher, or the Jack Kerouac, or there's a million of those tales out there, and it just everyone thinks about it, but to the dude that actually, or the gal that puts the cojones or the ovaries on the line and does it, I just mad respect. Even if it doesn't work out, I have you have my utmost respect.
Well, you only get one of these lives.
You only get one.
Can we get a slang equivalent of cojones for ovaries? What would we call
I was thinking that myself. Like, I feel like why don't we do that?
Because I was gonna say you got to have the balls to do it, but then I was like, ladies can do it too,
Right,
and that
the
was the closest
cojones
thing
or
I could come with balls is ovaries.
We'll workshop it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, we need to think about that.
Yeah.
This would be our contribution to society.
Well, I mean, you could just do, because we lay our balls on the line. Couldn't they just lay their up tops?
I think
the B's and T's.
Yeah, exactly. Whoever lays their B's and T's on the line and puts it in the wind, I can respect that. I like that, B's and T's.
It's not quite cojones, but
I don't
it
know.
works.
I think
You
the
know,
ovaries.
workshop it?
I feel like the ovaries are more.
Yeah, a little more equivalent.
Equivalent to
because it's the reproductive.
Yeah.
Because what are we going to say when it's just the women putting them out there? You know,
Yeah,
I guess
that's true.
You got something like the cojones we need.
We'll come up with it.
Yeah, brainstorm that, guys. Let's
workshop that.
Work it around. Give us some ideas.
Chesticle. Somebody said chesticle. All right. Stop it.
What?
Well, this is too much fun.
Oh,
And we're way over.
We can't have that. We've got.
We can't have that.
We've got to get serious.
That's your In the News for May 29, 2025, brought to you by The Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Coming up next, ignore the Pacers at your own peril. Who they are compared to of the greats. Next on The Fan.
Swag back with you for Forest Hills Golf Course out in Cornelius, my home course once again. I got to get my game back in shape after basketball season, and I was recently out there, saw Marcus. His crew has done unbelievable work over the winter, opening things up, making it more playable, more options on each hole. It is simply the best value on the west side. Multiple practice areas on the property, gorgeous views. Make your tee time now. GolfForestHills.com. Tell them Swag sent you.
Portland Perks. Looking for some fun that the whole family can enjoy? Right now, you can get one ride bracelet to Oaks Amusement Park and get a second one free. A limited quantity is available only at PortlandPerks.com. Oaks Park, where the fun never ends.
From the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, couple potential closeout games in the playoffs tonight. First on the hardwood, the Knicks hosting the Pacers in what could be the Knicks' final game of the postseason. The Pacers looking to punch their ticket to the finals against the Thunder. OKC waiting for the winner of this series. The Pacers currently down 6-3, but just about 2 minutes into this one. Meanwhile, over on the ice, they're about to drop the puck in Dallas for Game 5 between the Oilers and the Stars. Edmonton can punch their ticket to the Stanley Cup final with the win tonight, setting up a rematch of last year's final between the Oilers and the Panthers. Meanwhile, some Ducks news today. The Oregon women's softball playing their first game of the College World Series in Oklahoma City against UCLA. That'll be over on ESPN2 at 6:30. Some Big Ten football programming news today as a number of Oregon kickoff times and networks came out. The opener against Montana State on August 30th, 1 o'clock on Big Ten Network. Game 2 against Oklahoma State, September 6th, 12:30 on CBS. They'll play Northwestern at a 9 a.m. kickoff time. That's the big noon kickoff on Fox, September 13th. And the big one, Penn State, a whiteout, Saturday night, 4:30 West Coast kickoff. It'll be on NBC. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
The Hot Corner, now in its new time. Tuesdays at 7 after Isaac and Sue on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Good afternoon. At the tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be...
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
One step closer to my own personal hell.
This is Primetime on Sports Radio 1080 The Fan.
We expect the best. We're not afraid to break someone. Do you hear me?
Primetime is your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Go ahead and clap. Mediocrity deserves applause.
Isaac Robb.
I'm miserable. I had to get up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Jason Sakanet.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
Hi, welcome back. What are you guys doing? It's your Sports Bros, Rop and Suk. I'm Rop. Big Suk,
Guys being dudes.
right over there.
Hey!
Look at him.
Watching some softball. Actually,
Look at him.
No,
It makes me sad.
hockey's getting ready to start.
Yeah, we got some hockey. We got some baseball.
But we had some softball walk-offs today, though.
We've got some NBA. Tomorrow we get college baseball. What an exciting
Some
time.
regionals and beautiful weather.
What an exciting time.
Coming up here, Caleb Williams hates the Bears. And
He says no.
the team Oregon is battling for Ryder Lions. Remember that
I
name?
do remember that name.
He's got Ryder Lions hair, too. Looks like the haircut
Wait,
of a Ryder
who
Lions.
has Ryder Lions hair?
Ryder
Ryder
Lions.
Ryder Lions has Ryder Lions hair? No way.
Yeah,
When
I
you
mean,
look at Ryder Lions,
you'll be like,
you will instantly be like, yeah, that's right.
you would have been able to tell that his name was Ryder Lions, not knowing his name.
Is Ryder Lion? Is there any way he's not a quarterback?
I could see Ryder Lions playing lacrosse as well.
Isn't it weird how
Yeah.
people? Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Isn't it weird how people's, particularly quarterbacks, if you're named something, you just become that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of that like dad manifestation sort of thing too. Like you get super dad that like gives him a quarterback coach when he's like 6.
The man who names his son Tank or Bubba, he's probably trying to train a lineman.
Yeah, something like that. But this kid is like right out of Central Casting.
Ryder Lions.
Like he belongs in a Disney show about a
Friday Night Lights, maybe.
Yeah, Friday Night Lights. I don't want your life.
Coming up in the club tonight, we have the crypto torture story, which is really bananas.
I don't want your life.
Hey, who knew we had that drop?
We have some tech news and Sydney's bathwater bliss.
I saw this and just, boy.
And
Incels are having a field day.
That's something else. Just,
I ordered 2. I'll
only,
give you one.
There's only 5,000 of them out there. And let's
Well,
just
I
say
got
there's
2 of 'em.
Penises are about to be cleaner than ever.
Oh, gross. So, in the interest of time, I think we should break. I really do, because I've got a Pacers topic here.
Okay.
Because remember I was telling you, we were talking about the Thunder.
Yeah.
And the Thunder are great.
Yes.
I mean, that team is nasty.
Mhm.
But the Pacers are being compared to one of the all-time great teams. And statistically, now again, these can be flawed.
Sure.
But statistically, there are numbers that are comparable.
I'm intrigued because I have not seen.
Who do you think it is?
You said You said it was like an
All-time.
all-time team. Because when you think about Indiana, like people are trying to compare this to either the Mavericks or the Pistons team that won because there's not a
I
real.
get that,
You
but
know,
no. No.
because you said all-timer, and those are not
Yes.
all-time teams.
Yes, that's the opposite.
Yeah.
And that's why the Pacers are kind of being overlooked here.
Yeah.
Is that they are very nondescript, like the Pistons or the Mavericks, but they're statistically stacking up to one of the greats.
I see. I'm really intrigued because and the style they play is pretty
Yeah.
up tempo. So I'm guessing it's not going to be like the Spurs.
I was gonna maybe guess that just because of like the unselfishness, and they don't have one guy who's doing it all.
was thinking,
Despite
like-
maybe Halliburton, but maybe the
Well, think-
Warriors because of offensive efficiency.
No. Think about just think about great offense.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe in the Golden State then.
He just said that.
Oh,
No,
sorry, I didn't hear.
you were
that.
not paying attention.
I was being
I
distracted.
love when you do that.
Yeah. I
Were you
have
listening
that.
to the dude's story?
Can I be honest?
No.
And it makes me feel bad
I would like you not to.
because there's a.
It makes me sad.
I don't want there to be a negative connotation, but I am beginning to hate PK Subban more
Yeah,
than
me
any
too.
other member of the media. And
Is
I
that
don't-
because his hairline keeps creeping up towards his eyebrows?
I don't want to hate him, but I do. Why are they trying to make him the Cam Newton of hockey? Why are they trying to bring this high fashion edgy flair to the game of hockey? Like there's nothing. They keep showing him for like the playoffs, and he shows up like in a Rolls Royce with the most ridiculous Cam Newton outfit. It just like it's so weird that you're trying to insert that into like Stanley Cup hockey playoffs. It's weird.
He's making hockey cool.
Is he?
I think that's maybe what they're going for.
Because and every time I listen to him,
Isn't he kind of a cool dude?
he seems like a giant douche
Oh.
that's trying really hard to be cool, but isn't really. He's just. I feel like he is taking the archetype of every like edgy media member and is like, I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna do it with hockey. And
That's the bit now.
man. And so I'm sorry.
insane. It's insane.
I looked up there and I saw him getting out with that stupid hat and the Rolls Royce, and I'm like, God, not him again.
So the Pacers are being compared to the Showtime Lakers. And there are numbers to back it up.
I could see that.
We'll get to that next on The Fan.
The home
because they won 5 with Magic, and I think they went to 9. So they may have played in I think they went to the finals. I want to say 9 out of 11 or 9 out of 12 years. I mean, it was a ridiculous run that they had.
So the Pacers are averaging 116 points per game. That is the most in the playoffs since the Showtime Lakers. Most in back-to-back playoffs. And they are averaging 29.3 assists per game, which is the most in back-to-back playoffs since the Showtime Lakers.
Well, you were talking about yesterday the number of passes they throw per game. And
323 per game.
And so it was 70 plus more than the Knicks in this series.
It's insane.
And that's what one of the, I forget who it was, might have been not Julius Randle. It's insane. I forget what Nick it was. One of the Knicks were talking about that the hard part about Indiana is it just never ends. When you stop one one action, that's what they say. So you stop one action, then there's the second. You stop that one, then there's the third. And they said it just never stops and it just exhausts you. Because you can play good defense for 18 seconds and then they break you down in the final couple and they end up with an easy look.
Well, somebody on this show, at least I think, has been talking about good, solid team basketball in the NBA and how much it's missing from the NBA for years.
Yeah.
It's the ISO ball bullcrap.
Yep.
And that stuff is predictable. Now, the players are really good. So they, guys like Giannis or LeBron in his prime or Luka, whatever, that it works. They're good. But the game of basketball is much more interesting and fun to watch when you have team ball like this.
Totally agree.
With movement and passing, fast paced. Yeah. It's really cool the way the Pacers play.
Yeah,
and it's really just not a thing that permeates the NBA.
And we said the same thing when those Golden State teams were really fun to watch. And
because it wasn't just Steph or Durant filling it up. They moved it around.
Well,
it was different guys,
OKC
different nights.
Let's be fair. I mean, OKC is this too.
Yeah, I think with OKC, sometimes you get the Shea. And
it's a little more Shea.
His style can be can rub people the wrong way. But if you are a fan of basketball, and you always said the purist, you should love this Indiana Pacers.
How could you not?
And it's also a team that is not for everyone that hated the star era and small markets can't build teams. The Indiana Pacers should be America's team. Everyone that has bitched and moaned about the NBA, and we love bitching and moaning about the NBA, you should be an Indiana Pacer fan. That is 100% America's team. Not Oklahoma City. It should be Indiana.
Well, I'm guessing a lot of people haven't even watched them until maybe the finals.
Yeah.
But you're in for a treat.
Yeah.
The best offensive rating of any team in a span of 2 playoffs since the merger. Seriously.
The Indiana Pacers.
It's the Pacers.
That's
better than any other team.
And did they get...
That's crazy.
And did they get swept last year in the conference finals by Boston?
Yeah.
It was either that or 5. Was it
I think they got swept.
I think they got swept. So imagine if this all goes for naught. If you're Indiana and you take care of the Knicks and you come up short, this will be will this be the greatest 2-year run that doesn't result in an NBA championship?
Statistically,
yeah.
Offensively, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's up there.
Yeah.
I don't know what I mean.
I mean, you're going back to the 80 Lakers, so except those 80 Laker teams won 5 NBA championships.
So their offensive rating is 119. That's the best of any team in a span of 2 playoffs since 1977. And interesting to note here, now this is where it gets a little, it's okay, come on. But comparing Halliburton to Magic Johnson.
Yeah.
Okay, come on.
In their first 29 career playoff games, Magic Johnson averaged 18 points per game.
Mm-hmm.
Tyrese Halliburton averages 19. Magic averaged 9.3 assists per game. Halliburton is averaging 9. And Magic shot 49.6%, and Halliburton shooting 47%.
So basically what we're saying is it is the second coming of Magic.
Midwest Magic Johnson.
I like that.
Listen,
that's even better. Midwest Magic Johnson.
I'll tell you this. Halliburton, for as good as he is playing, I still think is underrated.
Oh, he's not getting nearly the credit
he is not
should.
getting enough credit for what he is doing. We talked about this yesterday, but they had the article on when we were talking about the passes.
Mm-hmm.
Tyrese Halliburton is their point guard, but he gets rid of the ball faster than 136 players in the league who aren't even point guards.
Yes.
That's insane. Normally, the point guard obviously is trying to get everyone involved. He holds on to the ball. He runs the set. Halliburton gets rid of the ball in 3.7 seconds.
Yeah.
It's insane. And yet he still scores 30.
Which is why, again, I think it's a lot of fun to watch. And believe me, I'm getting indoctrinated into Indiana. I didn't watch Indiana basketball this year, but Indiana has been a hell of a lot of fun to watch in the postseason. If I didn't have money on Oklahoma City, I'd be rooting for Indiana. But, hey.
Hedge your bet.
Money talks.
You can hedge for they're plus, I think the Pacers right now are plus 450.
Are they really?
Yeah. No one really bellies in the Pacers. And I get why, because Oklahoma City's awesome. But, this is
I think those numbers, I would not have, until you said this, there's no way. If you would have told me that the Indiana Pacers compared to a team, I would not have gone back to those Laker teams.
No.
Which, by the way, 9 finals in 11 years for those Laker teams that Indiana is comparing to.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say so. Although they only won 5, the bums.
What if we're all sitting here talking about Oklahoma City and how young they are and how great, not 1, not 2, and it's the freaking Pacers,
budding dynasty,
that rattle off 7.
Well, I just think it would be
Kevin Pritchard.
We all assume that after tonight it's going to be, but getting the Knicks aren't dead yet. But the narrative in this, when this thing happens, is after 68 wins and this absolute bulldozing through the playoffs, although Denver pushed them, greatest point differential of all time. They've lost to the Eastern Conference, an Eastern Conference team once all year. Cleveland beat them. 68 wins, 72 until Golden State was the end all to be all. 68's pretty freaking close. And so if they do this, there's going to be talk of where do they rank all time, and is this one of the great teams and the dynasty and all that. But as we stated earlier in the program, it does seem like a lot of times when we start crowning teams as is this one of the greatest teams all time before they win, you end up losing the 72-win the 73-win Golden State Warriors. Well, they lost. I remember when USC and Miami back in the 90s were playing Ohio State and Texas, trying to win their national title. And ESPN was saying, is this the greatest college football team of all time? Both of those lost. I mean, this happens. The Lakers with Shaq and Kobe, when they were playing those Pistons teams, they're like, oh my God, is this the best dynasty? Could this team beat the Jordan Bulls teams? And they got beat by Chauncey Billups and Rasheed Wallace. So just give Indiana, I just think in general, no one is giving Indiana a chance. Like you said, plus 450 or whatever. And, be careful. Be careful with that.
All right, coming up next, it's time for a Ryder Lions segment here on the program.
Ryder. Hey, just know that the Ducks did not want that other quarterback that chose Georgia.
Baby.
Which guy was that?
What was that dude's name? He committed to Georgia.
Jared Curtis.
Jared Curtis.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
Duck fans are already saying that
they want Ryder Lions.
Yeah, Curtis is the guy now, but when you think about it, Ryder Lions is the one they wanted all along. Because that's what you do. When someone tells you no, then you just say you wanted the other one.
I got to tell you, before we get into the Ryder Lions talk next segment, I looked him up because you said he has hair that is exactly like what Ryder Lions you would think.
Yes.
And he does.
Yes.
Now, he's just a high school kid. But I have to say that if the Ducks get Ryder Lions, I hope, for their sake, I hope that he's a great kid. Because if he is a douche, they are going to become, and he is going to become, particularly if he's good, the most hated player in college football.
He has a little Duke point guard sort of.
He does. And I hate to say this, but and it starts with the name.
Yeah.
His name's Ryder Lions. He's 5 stars. He's going to Oregon, who already has, a lot of people have their bonnet about Oregon anyway.
He's punchable quarterback.
And then if he's good, and then if he's a douche, which I hope he's not, we've got problems.
He does a lot of face paint when he plays. He does face paint bits.
I'm worried.
No.
That's next year's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals underway at Madison Square Garden as the Knicks fight to stay alive in the playoffs. They currently have a 27-23 lead at the end of the first quarter. Jalen Brunson with a massive first frame. He goes for 14 points, a couple assists, and a couple boards as well. Over on the ice, the Oilers trying to punch their ticket to the Stanley Cup Final and get a rematch with the Florida Panthers, who beat them in the final last year. They have a 2-0 lead in the first period over the Stars right now, courtesy of a Corey Perry power play goal and Matthias Janmark just finding the back of the net in the 5-hole. And it appears that the Stars have just pulled goalie Ottinger. Meanwhile, some Ducks news coming up at 6:30 today. Oregon softball playing their first game in the College World Series in Oklahoma City. They're taking on UCLA. It's on ESPN2 at 6:30. And some Big Ten football programming news includes the Oregon Ducks drawing the Penn State Whiteout game on September 27th. That's at 4:30 West Coast time on NBC. Also, their game against Minnesota going to be on a Friday night on November 16th. That'll be at 6 o'clock on Fox. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Do it every morning. Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
He's had a point in every game in this series. Centering pass, Perry scores. Beautiful feed by McDavid. A power play goal for Corey Perry.
Katy Perry with the first goal of the night.
Katy Perry has turned into a 40-year-old white guy named...
Speaking of punchable douches.
Yeah, Corey Perry is a douche.
How about this guy wearing the brown suit? Doesn't the brown suit throw you off a little bit?
That's the coach of the
That's
the
Pete
Stars.
DeBoer, and he has the best Game 7 record in NHL coaching history.
But can we talk about his brown suit?
It's not a great look. But
No,
No, it's not good.
It's like when Obama wore the gray one.
Oh,
Yeah,
no!
Yeah.
It was tan. Everyone freaked out.
Oh, it's tan. That's right.
Stars, by the way, are on that 3-2-1 Cancun thing. 2-0 Edmonton.
And they just pulled their goalie, allowing 2 goals on 2 shots.
And it's in the first period.
Yeah, it's not going well.
Mention code BXT10 at checkout at
they just
Battery
scored again,
Exchange
3-0.
for 10% off your entire purchase online at batteryexchangewithanx.com.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k.
The Fan.
Well, I was reading about Ryder Lions today.
What an opportunity.
And I quickly wanted to stop. Not for any other reason other than, look, you're talking about a 2026 quarterback.
Well, and he's a Mormon kid, so he may not even get there for a couple years. He may go on a mission, so I don't know.
Yeah, I talked to Nemec about this. It sounds like he's graduating early and would do, I guess, what's essentially a condensed mission. It'd be like 18 months instead of the traditional 2 years, so he'd really only miss 1 year at Oregon.
Okay.
See, they're already half-assing the mission.
I like it.
Good for Oregon.
Yeah. Or when he transfers to BYU afterwards, so,
Well, that's what struck me is that, so he is the 5th-ranked quarterback and the 17th best recruit overall in 2026.
Mm-hmm.
And he is considering Ohio State, Michigan, USC, Ole Miss, but most insiders have Oregon battling BYU for his commitment. And then, of course, instantly our mind goes to, well, if it's BYU, that means he's LDS.
Yes.
Which he is.
Yeah.
So USC gets the official visit on June 6th. Apparently, they have a lot. We haven't talked about this, but they have a lot of recruiting momentum.
Yeah, USC's got a little juice behind him.
The Ducks get him on June 13th,
Mm-hmm.
and he is well known to be their top target, according to this.
Yes. Once they lost the Curtis kid, apparently they shifted and are going full sail into Ryder Lions.
So BYU has the advantage of getting the last visit. He will visit there June 20th.
As they always say, you don't want Oregon to have the last impression because their recruiting trips and their facilities are spectacular.
Yeah, so they're saying LDS mission 2026, football player 2027.
Okay. So, yeah, most of the time you lose 2, but that makes sense if he's doing it. And I don't know. I've never heard of a shorter mission. But apparently that's a thing now. And, if you leave early, it's just like a redshirt year.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. It's like remember back in the day they had gray shirts.
Yeah.
So,
Dennis Dixon was a great shirt.
Why can't you serve your mission after college?
I look,
You're supposed to do it as a youth.
I think you
can.
Again, I do not want to be the spokesman because I don't know what I'm talking about, but I don't believe there's any age. I think most people just go when you get out of high school, but I think you can go whenever. I know old people go. Like my dad went on one when he was like 60.
Well, why doesn't this kid wait till he's 60? What the hell?
I don't know. You're talking in a shocking development. I never went, so
What's he doing?
You're talking, but I had a lot of. I mean, I would say most of my teammates went, and it's funny because some guys came back and it wasn't a big deal, and other guys came back and were never the same. It changes you.
Well, what bodes well for Oregon is that they don't have a 2026 quarterback yet.
Yeah.
But USC does, and so does BYU.
Yeah.
They have what BYU's quarterback for 2026, you know what his name is?
I do not.
And I'm not even kidding. This is his name.
Mm-hmm.
So we have Ryder Lions.
It's a great name.
BYU already has Keneal Sweetwine.
What?
I am not kidding.
Oh, hell yeah.
What is happening?
That's his name.
Keneal? How do you spell that?
It's Kaneal.
Okay, Keneal, yeah.
And then Sweetwine is the word sweet with WYNE.
I love it.
Let's go.
Is there an irony with wine and sobriety and the LDS and all that?
There's a little irony there. But can you imagine Ryder Lions and Keneal Sweetwine in that quarterback room?
Let's go.
Too much sauce.
God, that is saucy.
That is. Although Sweetwine's only a 3-star kid, so.
Oh.
Yeah. And he's from Utah. He's from Lehigh, Utah. So, no offense to Sweetwine, but we want some Ryder Lions. Let's go.
Well, like I said, I hope Ryder is a nice kid and not a donkey because he plays with the cross eye black.
Mm-hmm. Which is interesting because
he's got really quarterbacky hair.
Yes. He has a Duke face.
He looks pretty cocky. Yeah.
Well, what's interesting is because if he's a Mormon kid, the Mormons don't use the cross.
He does on a couple of his photos here.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that's about.
Don't know.
Maybe you could have a little chat with him. Maybe a little sit down with Ryder Lions.
Well, he does another one where he does like war paint too. He's a face painter.
Oh yeah.
He's doing bits. Although a lot of kids,
it's war out there.
A lot of kids out there do
Jackson Dart's a face paint guy.
Yeah, they do the face paint thing now. That's a thing. Got to put I think Tua is a cross guy, right?
That's right.
Tua does that. Hey, just thinking of you, Jesus. I'm out there slinging that rock.
Getting my head bounced off the turf, but
got to throw it on there. You know my working theory behind 5-star quarterbacks: don't pay them. Just let someone else buy them, and then get them on the cheap with the transfer thing.
That's right.
That's the one thing I know you have to recruit, and Oregon, by all accounts, I was listening to Nemec saying that Oregon's taking some hits here. Oregon's going to have a top 10 recruiting class. They're going to be just fine, even though they've had some decommitments here. You have to put together elite recruiting classes. It's the lifeblood of college football. If you don't get elite recruits, you're not winning championships. But with the transfer portal and everything, whenever I hear like that there's like some sort of like hot war, especially for a quarterback, I just kind of roll my eyes because I'm like, in a year, he'll be somewhere else. You just look around at all the quarterbacks that were in the playoffs last year. The vast majority of them were transfers. And the 5-star kids that you read about, the Nico kid out of Tennessee, not there anymore. You know, I just feel like a lot of the quarterbacks that we talk about end up somewhere else. I mean, even Arch Manning, I know Arch Manning didn't go anywhere. He stuck around at Texas, which is a shocker because most guys don't sit around and wait. But we're talking about Arch Manning as like, oh my God, going to win a national title at Texas and #1 overall draft pick. Can I ask the question of why?
Well, because his name's Manning.
But that's my point. Like, Arch Manning hasn't played.
Well, I know, but his name's Manning.
That's so weird to me.
It's not weird. That's what people do.
But when he did play, he wasn't very good.
Yes, but his name's Manning. That's it.
That's it.
Yes.
So
if his name wasn't Manning, he wouldn't even be on the radar.
Yeah. It's just
this is what people do.
Yeah, the way
this is the Bronny James thing, right?
Exactly.
Even though Arch is better than Bronny, but still.
You know, the way we view quarterbacks in the college football game, I think has always been a bit wonky, but especially in today's landscape, I don't fret. Oregon is going to get really good recruits, and Oregon is going to be really good in the transfer portal, and unless something just miraculous changes and Dan Lanning refuses to jump into swimming pools, you're going to get an elite pool of kids, and then it comes down to development and scheme and all of that. And
they're always upset. You've made it. Excuse me.
And getting Ryder Lions. We need Ryder Lions, because if we don't get him, then what on earth could we do?
To take a guy that won't be ready to play for at least 4 years.
There's a burping montage.
Because if they don't get Ryder Lions, aren't they just going to pivot to the next quarterback, and then we're going to be like, oh, well.
That's right. Well, of course they will.
This is the one that we wanted.
All right. That is far too much recruiting talk. Caleb Williams hates the Bears. That's next on The Fan.
If you see any good players, tell them to come here.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Hot Ducks football schedule news today, but more pressing matters tonight. Game 1 of the College World Series for Oregon women's softball.
Hell yeah.
6:30, first pitch on ESPN2 against former Pac-12 foe, UCLA.
Oh, that's kind of fun.
They have to play the Bruins?
That's right.
Now, this is a heated Big Ten rivalry.
Yeah. That's a tough game. I watched them.
I
covered them.
You watched UCLA softball, did you?
I covered them earlier.
I think traditionally UCLA actually has a really good softball program.
I just told you.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I've covered that team.
First school to 100 national championships, UCLA.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
It's back. Your local Toyota
He's not wrong. Like,
No.
you can't be mad at him for this.
Well, no, but what I can be mad about is why did you say this for a book? This isn't a book about you. This is a book about quarterbacks. So when someone comes to you and is like, hey, we're writing a book, and you're like, oh, yeah, and your dad's
I don't
like,
know that's
there's quotes in there.
From who?
From his dad.
Oh, from his dad. Okay.
Yeah, they approached the dad about, just the process and the journey of being a quarterback, and this is what he gave him.
Yeah, just shut up. So he said, as everybody knows, it's a fact that quarterback play, there hasn't been a 4,000-yard passer in Chicago. So he did not deny his initial skepticism of the Bears' track record for developing franchise quarterbacks. He then said, I wanted to come here and be the guy and be a part and be a reason why the Bears turned this thing around. That last thing that was said and all of that, I think is the most important thing, is that I wanted to be here. I love being here. Of course, he has to say that now. But, yeah.
I just think it was, I just will never understand in this generation why open your mouth? Like, why would you want to put that out there?
Well, that's the dad, right?
Yeah.
So the dad said, Chicago is the place quarterbacks go to die. Williams said he appreciates the support and guidance he receives from his father, but that Carl does not speak for him. He actually said, I shut my dad down quite a bit. He has ideas. He's a smart guy, and so I listen. I always listen. I'm very fortunate to be in this position in the sense of playing quarterback, but also very fortunate to have a very strong-minded father. We talk very often. My mom and my dad are my best friends, so being able to have conversations with them to understand that everything that they say is also portrayed on me. He cares so much about me and my future, and we have been along on this journey so long together. All he wants is what's best for me. So if anything happens and he's super hot-headed and it's more of like, all right, go ahead and go away, go reset, things like that. Love him to death and things like that. Super fortunate to have him. We've talked about it. Understanding that there's a right place and a right time, and there are times that there is not.
And that is what I'm talking about. Why would your dad start saying those things and talk about the coaching staff not watching film and you being unprepared? It just made no sense to me whatsoever that as a rookie with all the scrutiny and weight on his shoulders, who didn't have a bad year, but by no stretch of the imagination had a good year. And now as a new regime, even though it's the same gym, it's the same organization, and it's the same city, at the first sign of struggle, yeah, I'm sure the Chicago fans are going to react just swimmingly to all this. I mean, if you go out and it's gangbusters, everything's fine. But
if you throw a pick before your first touchdown, you're going to hear it.
And you've revamped your offensive line. You spent a lot of money on it. They went out and got you two more weapons, including arguably the best pass-catching tight end in this draft. And you got an offensive-minded coach now, Ben Johnson, who was gangbusters with the Lions. And I just think there's a ton of pressure. And already, I mean, Williams has a ton of pressure on him. So I just don't understand the lumping more on there for seemingly no reason other than to sell books that you're not getting anything from.
I wonder when he said that.
I don't know. I'm
guessing it was a while ago.
He's an interesting guy. I'm not rooting for
Caleb or
both.
his dad.
Just I'd just say the Williams family, right? It's just everything down to the crying at USC, and he's very flamboyant. It's just he's an interesting guy, and that I think is one of the more interesting storylines going into next year. Is there are no more excuses. And, whether it's fair or not, there were other quarterbacks that came in. See, Jaden in Washington that came in and lit the world on fire with seemingly worse circumstances. And so now all that's gone. I mean, everything is set up for Caleb Williams in Chicago to have a big year. And if it doesn't work out and there's some struggles, the finger is getting pointed at him. And and that's what I'm saying. I'll be interested to see where his maturity level is, where his commitment is to all this, because I think the book is still out, and I think some of those questions were valid when he was at USC. I think there was definitely some people that thought that, kind of like Trevor Lawrence, that maybe the hype exceeded the prospect.
Yes, but what does his dad think?
His dad thinks that's where people go to die.
Can we get Carl Williams and Dr. Halliburton in the same suite watching their kids?
I just think that's weird when dads and parents in general, like it's everything wrong with Little League dad, but at a much bigger level.
Yeah, I know.
And it happens more than you think.
All over the place. Yeah. All right, coming up next is the club. In it, we will talk about our latest purchase, Sydney's Bathwater Bliss.
Order in your bar now.
Like I told you, I already have 2.
Yeah, that's an expensive soap.
That's next, and other stuff on the Fan.
5,000.
He was making me smarter? Full disclosure, Morty, it's not. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and once those seeds wear off, you're gonna lose most of your motor skills, and you're also gonna lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of cheap fun.
I'm gonna go to that lake.
There ought to be no buddy stuff.
Guys, move on.
We've got to bifurcate those two losers.
It's actually pretty neat.
Wonderful.
Yeah, well, no, I don't know.
Here now. Yeah, now.
My mom is adorably racist.
What?
Oh yeah, they signed that brown guy, and then I went right past it.
That was for the good of the game.
What? Here now. Here now. Yeah, now. Yeah, now.
We've given away too much
Here
to
now.
arrive at these political
Here now.
compromises.
Here now. Here now. Boy.
Troublesome.
Good
Come
luck
on.
to me. Here now.
It's the best thing you've done in months. Who knew that was an upstate New York accent?
I keep bringing the heat.
You never know.
Don't I, Big Sook?
Boy.
I noticed you didn't agree to that.
That's an that's an underutilized drop.
Boy.
It's so versatile.
Boy.
It's just that's just good stuff.
Here now. Here now.
Well, I already have 2 on the way. Sydney Sweeney is selling bathwater soap.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean like soap for your bath. Well, I do mean soap for your bath, but it has her bathwater in it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the new thing.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't know who Sydney Sweeney is, she's an actress.
She's a hot,
and she shows her jugs, and she's a terrible actress. Am I right about that? Like, she sucks. She's not good, dude.
The only thing I've ever seen her in that I've actually like sat and watched for real reasons is the White Lotus.
Yeah, season 1 of the White Lotus, she was the couldn't bother to care daughter of the traveling family.
Yeah. Outside of that, I haven't really seen her in anything. I only know her as
she's known for her boobs.
She's known to be really hot.
She was big in Euphoria too on HBO. I think.
Yeah, I didn't watch that. I tried watching it and I
Really?
couldn't. No, that thing was
Just all about the kids doing the drugs.
Well,
Why did you try watching that? To
clear-
see Sydney Sweeney's up tops?
For clear and obvious reasons. I was flipping through one night and on HBO, and I was like, oh, and I clicked on it. And then at that point, you're like, well, I'll stick around for a bit. And it did disappoint. Like 5 minutes into watching it, I was like, hey, look at that.
I think it's a lot of hots doing drugs, having sex.
Yeah. And then honestly, after like 12 minutes of it, I was like, all right, that's enough of that. And then you just...
Wow.
It did not last very.
Well, she's leaning right into it.
Yeah, she claimed, and I thought this was adorable. She said that her fans, she thought it was a fun way because she has so many people request her bathwater.
Yeah.
And she goes, so I thought this was a fun way to...
Right.
Well, and one step further than that is that I think, is it Squatch or Dr. Squatch?
Dr.
That's the brand?
Squatch, yeah.
So they previously just used her as a spokesperson for one of their ads, and everybody joked, I'd buy that product, but you have no idea how much you could sell her bathwater for. And so Dr. Squatch came out and said, so we heard your idea, and we used that bathwater.
Yeah, so her tweet was, you kept asking about my bathwater after the Dr. Squatch ad, so we kept it. Introducing Sydney's Bathwater Bliss, a very real, very limited edition soap made with my actual bathwater. Available 6/6/25 at drsquatch.com. And the best part is, it's medium grit.
Boy.
Not to be confused with light grit.
I don't know if you want this to be medium grit, because I got a good idea of what this soap is going to be used for. And I don't think you don't want grit. This should be very smooth.
It's an exfoliating soap made with sand, pine bark extract, and yes, a touch of Sydney's real bathwater.
I love a touch.
Right.
A few drops. Look.
Right.
Good for her and Dr. Squatch.
I was gonna say, I blame her not.
No. What's creepy is, and this goes for the OnlyFans and just. Hey, man, make your money where you can make it. But, guys, we've got to be better than this.
Do we?
This is on us. Yes, we need to be
Well,
better.
what if it helps guys shower more?
No, we need
I think it might help.
We need to be better.
We need to take more showers.
We need... What is
men.
it? It's my penis and it's my soap, and I will wash it as fast as I want. Why
are you going there?
This is just, we need to be better collectively.
But we're not, though.
We're not.
And you know we're not.
This thing, they made 5,000 bars. This thing will sell out in 7 seconds.
Instantly. Yeah. Instantly. It says that the soap bar delivers notes of pine, Douglas fir, and earthy moss that brings users to the forest. Oh, and Sweeney's actual bathtub.
Yeah. I bought some Dr. Squatch a long time ago, and it's good. It lasts like 2 washes, though. I've never seen soap go, it just vanishes. Because it was supposed to be like all natural without any, like chemicals and stuff in it. And it's really good. It smells good, but it's kind of expensive. And I'm not kidding. I used it for like a week, and I looked down and there's just like a nub left. And I was like, oh my God. And then I went and was like, I'm going to go find much cheaper soap. But it's a good, it's a good bit. They have good advertising. Got me.
Marketing.
Yeah, they have really good marketing.
In their press release, she says, when your fans start asking for your bathwater, you can either ignore it or turn it into a bar of Dr. Squatch soap.
Yeah.
She continued, it's weird in the best way, and I love that we created something that's not just unforgettable, it actually smells incredible and delivers like every other Dr. Squatch product I love. Hopefully, this helps guys wake up to the realities of conventional personal care products and pushes them towards natural.
Yeah, that's what you're doing, helping the general public.
And this is where I want my honesty. Dude, perverts, you get to rub something on you that belonged to Sydney.
It unlocks some bizarre 6 degrees of separation fantasy, and
exactly.
congratulations.
Call it what it is.
She knows that. We all know that.
They should have just made Sydney what they should have done is made like lube or like lotion.
God.
You should have been like you should have made a lubricating product with drops of Sydney Sweeney's bathwater, and that probably would have been more honest about what we're doing here. But I mean,
how much are the bars?
I want to say, and again, it's been a while. I want to say they were like $8 to $10 a pop.
No, these.
Oh, I don't know.
I thought you said you knew.
Well, I bought some Dr. Squatch soap years ago, and they were like, I want to say it was like $7. It was expensive. It was like $7 to $10 a bar, and I don't know if these. I'm assuming these will be more expensive, but
yeah.
What could you sell them for and not have them sell out? Or what would be the price that they wouldn't sell out?
Great question.
Yeah, it looks like Dr. Squatch bars are about $7, and then you can buy them for like.
Because I bet you find 5,000 people that would buy them at $100 a pop.
Probably. Well, like there was some gal that sold her bathwater, like the actual bathwater.
Yeah. Yep.
There was another girl that was selling farts. There was another girl that was
farts
selling
in a jar.
Yeah, there was another girl that was. Can we say the
Didn't Gwyneth Paltrow do a vagina candle?
You what?
Front farts. Oh my God! This
you
show.
You said I couldn't say the other one.
Well, I didn't want you to. We've already said
so I
the
couldn't
T
say
word twice.
So it's front farts.
Okay.
I was going to say, wasn't there something like a candle that smelled like, or that was Gwyneth Paltrow's vagina?
Gwyneth Paltrow.
Yeah, Paltrow. Yeah.
And she, by the way, that made headlines like within the last week. She got, I don't know what happened. There was some sort of controversy, and she like yelled at people and was like, "Kiss my ass."
Isn't she always yelling at people?
Yeah, it was. I don't know. Her vagina candle was recent. Like this was just like a week or so ago. I don't know
I
what.
thought she shut down Goop.
She what?
She shut down Goop.
Oh, maybe that's what.
That's her company.
She was all angry, and I was laughing. I was like,
she gets a lot of people go at her.
Your vaginas didn't power the penis rocket to space.
No, they did not. So, but like. Of all the things that like OnlyFans and like people are selling, I think this is probably the least
pretty above board.
It's the least weird of any of them, right?
Yeah, there's 100 creepier things you could have done.
Well, and
when
I
I
think
was in Japan, there's used panty vending machines.
Yeah, there
Yeah,
are.
I've heard of that.
That's a thing.
I think the way she's handled it is the right way to handle it.
It's a little cheeky kind of.
Yeah, and she knows. We all know what's beneath this.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that she's doing it above board with a real company, and it's
Yeah.
like, and she's profiting from it. She's like, why would I turn that down? That's the easiest money she's ever made.
Yeah.
Take a bath and make millions.
Again, if someone.
But what she's saying, I mean, it's like, come on, we all know none of that's true, and she thinks it's weird and guys are gross.
Yeah.
But they're doing the best they can with presenting it.
Above board.
Yeah, above board. Exactly. So the girl that you're talking about was Belle Delphine, maybe Bella, I don't know. She's a Londoner. She's 21 years old. She sold her bathwater online and made close to $10 million.
God bless America.
She bottled it and sold it for about $30 a bottle.
Wow.
And she made like $10 million, dude.
What
in months?
That is just.
And we've never even heard of her.
Can you believe that?
Oh, she's she's like an anime girl. She does the cross-eyed thing and like wears the little like elf ears and stuff. That's a whole other ball game.
She charges $35 a month for her
OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Boy, I'll tell you what.
A little over $1 a day. You can afford
it's a hell of a time to be alive, and this is why
sure is.
To each their own. But we just got to be. We got it, guys. This is our fault. This is not the girl's fault. anyone that like is like, society. No, it's us. We are doing this.
We're awful.
Men.
As men, yeah.
Yes.
We really are. Should the better men do a better job of guiding the worse men? Or as better men, we understand that worse men won't listen to us, so we just...
I think that's what it is.
Because I feel like, I mean, look, you and I are awful, but we're not on the spectrum of bad men.
There's that spectrum again.
Yeah.
We're on the functioning awful.
I think we're fine.
Talking tism on Primetime.
You know?
Look, I've said it. There is a limit to my dirt bag. Like, there just is.
Samesies.
And oh my gosh, I'm a filthy bastard. Yes, but there's limits.
Good find.
And when you realize that, I'm not going to say it's the vast majority, but like 60% have no limits, that's when you're like, it's a runaway train and you're not.
Well, if you live long enough, well, in my experience, you live long enough, you realize, I'm actually not that bad.
Yeah.
I have my faults.
Sure.
Just ask my wife.
Mm-hmm.
But in the grand scheme of things, she could do a lot worse. Okay?
Yeah.
And I try to remind her of that.
Yes.
I'm like, look, we're awful. Men are awful.
Yeah.
But you got a decent one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying you got a great one.
No.
You didn't win the lottery or anything.
I don't know how many. By the way, I don't know how many great ones are out there.
They're out there,
but like that's a rare find, and that usually goes to a great woman. Like that, it's.
Well, women probably don't see this, or maybe they would say if they live long enough, you'll see this. Yeah. But we can fake it. That's the hard part. That's the thing. Is we're so dumb that we can't make it last. Yeah. But we can fake it while we're courting you, and that's why this is how problems.
See, we call that's the Scooby-Doo a-hole, in that it's like you rip off the mask after a certain point, and the guy haunting the house is Old Man Withers. You're like,
Scooby-Doo ghost penis mystery.
Yeah, you rip that mask off, and some guys can wear that mask for a long time,
and our true colors will come out, and it's always the same crap.
Yes,
because we're men and we're dumb.
Yeah,
but for a while we can make you think that we're that one. It's a very, like you said, it's a very rare find.
Yes.
But they're out there.
Yeah.
I know some guys that are really freaking
absolutely
amazing dudes.
And it makes me feel terrible about myself. And that's when you think, like, you're a good, like, I think I'm a decent person, but then when you meet someone that's really good, you're like, oh, yeah. And you realize that you're nowhere near.
But you're decent, though. You know where you stand.
I think so.
It's just that, yes, sometimes you see the top 1%.
Yeah.
And you're like, wow.
It's like I saw that one. There's the his name's like Johnny Kim, and he's a Navy SEAL, he's a doctor, and now he's an astronaut. And he's got like a cool wife and like a couple kids, and he's like a great public speaker. Like that, you meet that guy, and I'm like, eh. But here's my like if BTJ brings that up, I'm like, you think you're getting Johnny Kim? Come on, let's be realistic here. Goes both ways, all right? Like that top 1%, that's a tough get for anybody. So let's all make sure we're fishing in the appropriate pond. I will say there's more good women than there are good men.
Oh my God, by a factor of a jillion.
It's not even close.
Oh my God.
They're so much better than us.
They're wonderful.
Yeah.
And
not all.
And they're normal.
But they're.
No, not all.
Yeah.
You're right about that. But yeah, what would you say percentage? Women, it's like.
There's better women than
probably 75% of women are great.
Interesting.
I would say.
I think it's trending in the wrong direction. I think women are catching up to us.
Yeah.
Because I think the nefarious crap, I think women, the whole women empowerment thing, I think part of that is we can be just as crappy as you. And so I do think
they're catching up.
I think the rise of dirtbag women is certainly.
Well, they're getting a taste of all the stuff men have always had a taste of, which is ego and power.
When they get exposed for being dirtbags, they deal with it way worse than men do.
Yeah.
Whoa, wait, what?
I think when women act that way, they don't get given the same latitude that men do to act that way.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Say it that way, I get what you're saying. I thought you were saying, like, women can't handle our
it's like the
manly jobs.
Like we saw that Stefan Diggs, like, yacht clip the other day.
We sure did.
Which, by the way,
there's another clip out now.
Oh, that looks like a great time. That looks like a great time.
That's Cardi B's yacht?
Yeah, it's Cardi B's yacht. How do I get on the Cardi B yacht?
So it's basically, if you want to, like, the flip around of the camera is just a bunch of women shaking their booties in thongs and like string bikinis,
rubbing their booties against each other
with loud music playing, and dudes drinking and smoking, grinding on them.
Exactly. And so
that's all it is.
So here's my thing: when you see that clip, instantly everyone's going to judge the ladies because look, and rightfully so. It's just a bunch of gold digging,
Well, I feel like they're having a good time.
Yeah, but like we know why the ladies are on that boat. But at the same token, the men are the ones that
why are they on the boat?
Exactly.
But the ladies know why the men are on the boat, and they're fine with it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And but you pointed out women get the majority of the blame. We're like, oh, look at that. But the men are just as bad, which is why I'm saying I think we're one day we will come to the equality. Women will achieve equality when they are just as awful as us. I would like to think it'd be the other way where we strive to be as good as women, but I don't think it. I don't think we're getting better. I just think women are catching up to being the opportunities to be equally as terrible.
It's an interesting theory.
Yeah.
Is there something in women that they can avoid the same fate as men? Because I think there is.
I hope so.
They're a lot smarter.
But when you talk to like some dudes that are out there on the single market, it's rough out there.
You start to understand why.
Yeah, because you always hear from women, and rightfully so, that man, it's hard. But I got friends that are guys that are saying the same thing. They're like, God, being single right now, it's scandalous. It's scandalous out there. Well, did you see the OnlyFans? The number? Have we gone through the percentage of OnlyFans?
I know nothing about OnlyFans.
Okay, so someone
Can you pause it?
Yeah,
though?
we'll pause it.
Can we? Because we were way over.
Yeah,
we gotta
we'll come back.
Okay, we'll come back and talk about OnlyFans. Shocker on the Fan.
The Portland Trailblazers are for sale.
Oh my
just over 30. So he's looking in that, 24 to 32 range.
Okay.
And he says, every time I meet an attractive girl, she's on OnlyFans. And he's like, dude, it's unreal. And so when we saw this, I sent it to him. And so we took it a step further. So if they're saying the women he's looking at from 18 to 26, 10 to 12% are on OnlyFans. And then I was like, well, that's interesting because obviously that's a broad category of women. But then we looked it up, and this is almost impossible to do because what's, quote, attractive? But less than 20% of women say that they're attractive, and men find that right around that 30% number of what you consider to be attractive. Because the idea of OnlyFans would be probably the most attractive people, right? There's not, everyone has a type, there's fetishes, but for the most part, the people that are on OnlyFans are very attractive people. So if we're going to take even a broad spectrum there and say that, let's say 30% of young people are, quote, attractive in most people's eyes, enough to generate income. Now you're saying that if 10 to 12% of the total women population that age are on OnlyFans, what percentage of attractive people? Because that would be a much higher number. You started doing some math on there. Like, it really is kind of shocking how many of the young women 18 to 26 that a lot of people would consider attractive, you are talking about, by some estimates, you're talking about, because there's people now that are just speculating this was all over because, again, there's no way to hammer this down. But there are some that are saying that there is somewhere between 40 and 60% of 18 to 26-year-old girls that are, quote, attractive, like the hots, that have OnlyFans. It is and it's not getting smaller. OnlyFans is growing.
Okay, dumb question.
Yeah.
If you're on OnlyFans, what percentage of them are doing nefarious things versus
the vast majority?
Versus just,
well,
suggestive photos.
There's varying degrees because, again, we got into this whole thing where we were debating. There's one girl, Sophie something or other, that's a hot, but she doesn't do porn, but she does like scantily clad stuff. She made like $40 million last year.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So she doesn't even get naked.
I think she gets like artistic naked, and then there's other girls that just do full on.
Yeah.
Sure.
Everything. I know that's on there, but what percentage of them keep it above board?
I think the vast majority that are making money on OnlyFans, it is a very adult oriented platform. And so, like, he just was like, and it kind of backed him up because he goes, I'm telling you, the number of times that I meet someone out and about, or his buddies meet someone out, because they're in the single scene, I'm not. And he goes, that's one of the first things we do is we just laugh and we're like, they can like pick it out now. They're like, oh yeah, OnlyFans. And then they'll do a quick little search or they'll ask him. And sure enough, OnlyFans. And he said it's varying degrees.
So this is a turnoff though? Like he won't. If they're on there, he's like, well...
I think he knows at that point it's probably not a serious...
Yeah. Well, OnlyFans models are people too.
Yeah. I don't think that's necessarily what there's a perception there, maybe that's unfair of him.
It's not a deal breaker, but it's like, oh boy.
I think it's more of like, okay...
You're fighting an uphill battle.
You're fighting an uphill battle. Yeah. So he just like...
Or are you? Like, maybe it's just kind of normal these days.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
Make money off of creeps, but date a real dude.
Yeah.
Maybe that's good for him.
It's possible
because they're all creepy on there, and she's finally sees him, and she's like, "Oh my God, somebody normal."
I think on OnlyFans, it's like dating a stripper. You have to be okay with your girl interacting in a very sexual way with a lot of strangers for money.
Yeah,
and some people can handle that, and some people can't. This guy said, we had a 21-year-old girl come into my dealership and buy a used Mercedes, $55,000 in cash, paid for by OnlyFans. And yeah, and that's the thing is like if you're 21 and you can make that money, but then there's a whole other argument is what does that do long term? What does that say about where we're going as a society? What does it say about young girls where if you're an attractive girl, is this just where, it becomes completely normal? And is this something when you're 30, you look back on when you have kids, you're like, oh my God, I can't believe I did this. I don't judge anyone for being able to make money. It's just there could be long-term ramifications. Or again, do do you not want to be viewed that way by the dating public? It's just an interesting thing that if you talk to young people that are out there and they find attractive girls, there is almost an assumption now that that girl is going to have an OnlyFans page. And when you look at the amount of money that is being made out there, you understand why they're doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing new, really. It's just that more women can do it.
Yeah.
I mean, this is age old. Like,
yes.
It's just that,
and it's easy, and you
can
control
do it
yourself.
on your own.
There's no weird middleman.
Yeah.
It's just you.
And I don't. So in other words, maybe the only thing it's exposing is the number of women who would do porn if the opportunity was presented.
Yeah.
Right. Like if you asked that question in 1980,
yeah.
You know, the percentage would be in 2024.
Yeah.
Well, how many women gear down and do weird stuff on OnlyFans for creepy men?
Yeah.
There's your percentage.
Well,
and what you're saying is it's a pretty high percentage.
It's a pretty high percentage. And I think now, too, the idea is like you're not going to some weird director's house in California and all that. It's like you're in your house.
Safer.
You're safer. You're in your house. You've got your little webcam up and, you know, away you go. And I mean, I have two daughters. It's just such a weird thing for me to think about. Like if my 20-year-old daughter came to me, who's is in pre-med and wants to be like a cancer researcher. If she came to me and said, "Dad, I'm dropping out of Portland State," I'd be like, "The hell you are!" And she's like, "Well, I'm going to make $4 million next year, you know, on OnlyFans." I would be disappointed. I'd be like, "Can you think about that?" But how can, if that's the case, and you're like, "Dad, I can make millions of dollars," outside of it's morally wrong or you may grow to regret this, what's the argument against it? You go to school to get a job, you go to, to make money. I understand why people are doing it, but I do think it leads down a kind of a weird road of where society's heading.
Just some quick math. See, I don't view it that way. I just think that this is always something that, I mean, men have always been horny.
Yeah.
And women are profiting off of that. Call Ripley's.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I think what you're saying is maybe the numbers are alarming, but I just did some quick numbers.
Yeah.
Real quick numbers.
Yeah.
170 million women in the United States. Mm-hmm. According to the internet, 1.4 million women are on OnlyFans.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty small percentage.
But it's also a crazy number.
I think when you look at it, though,
is it
the age range of who's capable? I think it's not that it's all women. It's like when you take.
So once you get to 18 to 24,
yes,
you're talking about 30 to 40% or whatever.
Yeah, well, it's like when you get to 18 to 26, and then you get into quote attractive 18 to 26. The number actually. Yeah. Gets to me, it gets alarmingly high
because they see that opportunity.
Yes,
it's just there. It's like Sweeney's bathwater.
Yes,
soap. It's like, oh, of course, why wouldn't I do this? It's too easy.
If you're 21 and you're very attractive, and someone comes to you and says, "Hey, if you just set up a webcam and you do this." You can buy a house in a year or two, or you can buy a used.
I guess my question would be, is that an indictment on the women doing it? Is there a certain type of woman who is more inclined to do that? Or is it simply just women seeing an opportunity and good for them for going for it? Like, why are we...
I think that is a very, very hard question. And again, I do not have the moral...
I guess we need... You know what we need to do?
Draw the line.
We're going to need to interview some OnlyFans models.
We have no choice.
Well, I
don't think we have a choice.
Some of my own quick math here, and it seems that there are about 30.8 million women on the planet age 18 to 24. So if there's 1.4 million women on OnlyFans, now all of them aren't going to be that age range, but that number is 4.5% of women in that age range.
Okay.
So that's a pretty high number.
And then again, let's go with the...
Then go hot.
How many of the...
So
the hot...
When you filter it down, it does become kind of a staggering number in percentage.
And that's all my buddy was saying, is that when you come across a young, attractive girl, they are finding it, to him, at an alarming rate, they have OnlyFans. And he goes, it's not like... And you're not talking about strippers. He goes, you meet someone that like works at a, whatever, works a normal job, and then, oh yeah, by the way, on the side, OnlyFans. And then as the OnlyFans grows, then you don't have to work anymore.
Now,
because
is he? Yeah, exactly. But I can't blame him for that. I mean, you are compromising. Well, you are sort of. I mean, there are moral factors here.
Yeah.
What you're willing to do, but I think most people, they just want to get to the finish line. And there are a lot of different ways to do that.
Yep.
And if you're a young hot, I just can't really be too judgmental about you doing that to get to the finish line by the age of 30.
No.
I mean, dude, I do the same damn thing.
I've had people directly ask, what would you do if you were daughters? And I would say I would try to encourage them not to. I think I'd be disappointed, but would I support it? And like, hey, it's your life, and if this is what you're doing, and you can make this amount of money, who am I to tell you what to do with your life? I hope it goes well.
Yeah, and you don't look at it, and you never speak of it again.
Exactly. Right?
But
you don't go down to the bowling alley and be like, hey, Jim,
check this out.
Guess what my kid's up to?
Only $15 a month.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how many does he talk to? A lot of them. What does he say about them? Like, are they just normal women in the dating pool, or is there an archetype that's like because we all the skanky hots, whatever.
Yeah.
Are they more that type?
I think,
or are they all?
I think his thing is it's getting.
It's all of them.
It's just getting across the board where it's not just that type anymore. I think it was the idea of like, well, it's just a stripper that's choosing to do it, and it's not anymore. It's people that were never in line to do that industry, and because the opportunity and the amount of money, they're like, I'm going to do this.
Yeah, it's like a teacher.
Yeah,
who's a really good person.
Yes,
good leader of young kids.
Dude, we see it all the time. There's like teachers, cops, and they get fired because it gets found out that they have an OnlyFans.
That's bullshit.
But when it happens, it explodes because then their OnlyFans blow up and
teachers shouldn't have OnlyFans.
No,
you can't.
But there was a story about a teacher that got canned, and within like 2 months of that going public, I think it might have been over in Britain, but she got canned. It was a big story, and she said she made millions within a couple months off of OnlyFans subscriptions because it went viral of her getting booted, and all of a sudden it was and of course, guess what she did on her OnlyFans? She played the hot teacher.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
There's the shrug emoji.
Yeah.
I mean, hate if you're gonna hate. She's shooting her shot.
Yeah.
I have no problem with it.
Yeah.
But what does it mean long term? It's a good question. I don't know. Hopefully nothing. But probably everything.
Probably everything.
You're right. Women are awful. You know what the solution to that is? Touch our penises more often. That's right. Don't clip any of that. Please, thank you. All right.
Head coach?
God.
No problems.
What?
Let's go to Buck with sports.
Here now. Here now. Here now.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals in Madison Square Garden tonight. The Knicks looking like they want to see a Game 6. They have a 72-55 lead, just under 6 minutes to go in the third quarter of that one. Meanwhile, the Oilers trying to punch their ticket to the Stanley Cup Final for a rematch with the Florida Panthers. They jumped out to a 3-0 first period lead. The Stars have come roaring back. It's now 3-2 in favor of Edmonton. They are still in the second period. Meanwhile, coming up at 6:45 now, it's been pushed back just a tad. The first game for Oregon women's softball in the College World Series. That's going to be over on ESPN2. And some scheduling notes for Oregon football today. We have times and networks for a number of the kickoffs, including the whiteout at Penn State, September 27th. It's a 4:30 kick time on the West Coast. It'll be a night game in State College. And the Game 10 against Minnesota at Autzen Stadium moved from a Saturday to a Friday. That'll be now on November 16th at 6 p.m. on Fox. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of Primetime with Isaac and Sue. Weekdays 3 to 7, 1080 The Fan.
Good little deal going on at Window Nation right now, where if you tell them you heard it from Isaac on the Fan, for every 4 windows you buy from Window Nation, you're going to get 4 free. Now, assuming you have maybe you have a big house and you have a lot of windows you got to buy. If you buy a house full of windows, and by the way, that 4 windows purchased, 4 windows free deal is unlimited. So you buy a bunch to replace every window in your house. If you buy a house full of windows, they're going to give you a free entry door right now at Window Nation. And let's say you don't have all the cash up front. As always, 0 down, 0 interest, no payments for 2 years. Flexible financing. You'll pay nothing until 2027. So Window Nation is the place to go right now for windows for your home. Flexible financing. They've got a team right here in the Northwest. They partner with Milgard to make their windows, top quality windows, to their high standards, and they are made for our climate and with sustainable materials, so you can remodel consciously and comfortably. Book your free eco quote today at 866-90Nation. You can also visit windownation.com. That's 866-90Nation. Visit windownation.com. And again, tell them you heard it from Isaac on the Fan.
Save thousands. Be advised, this is a great opportunity to save thousands on a hot tub or swim spa. Friday through Sunday, Portland Expo Center. Save thousands. Be advised, this is a great opportunity to save thousands on a hot tub or swim spa. Friday through Sunday, Portland Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Brand new 2025 inventory ready for immediate delivery. Portland Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Portland Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Come see the revolutionary new swim spa in action at exceptional prices. Portland Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Portland Expo Center. Friday 2 to 8 p.m. Saturday 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Portland Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Get more feed for less during our feed sale at your local Coastal.
Coastal Farm and Ranch, with just what the country needs.
From May 30th through June 1st, stock up and save big. Receive a free bag of Purina poultry feed or Country Companion poultry feed when you buy 3. Find deals on feed from Nutrina, including $2 off their Rocky Mountain Sweet Mix and $3 off their new Nature Wise Harvest Blend Layer Feed. Plus, check out our deals on Triple Crown, including $3 off their Senior or Senior Gold Horse Feed. The deals.
Yeah, you know what makes him the most nervous, he said? Because we got to talking about all of our foibles over time.
Yeah.
Because he's been around here a long time.
He's been around a long time.
He knows.
Left, but he came. I mean, he's an original.
And look, I'm deflecting a little bit here, but I said, look, we're a known quantity at this point. You know what we are.
That is a valid point.
Stop listening if you don't
Buyer
like it.
beware.
Exactly.
At this point, you're signing up for our OnlyFans. You know what you're coming for.
That's right.
Raw animal sexuality. I mean, come on.
But what worries him the most are our out-of-context race drops.
Oh, yeah, they're problematic.
He's like, dude, in Portland, he goes, that scares me every time.
Well,
I'm asking where the white power rankings go.
But then can't we just do that we were taken out of context? I mean, that's the end all to be all,
Well, you
right?
should get it by now. Again.
Hey, context.
The color white to me just always works.
my mom is adorably racist.
Notice these are all you.
I know that I'll probably have to join a white supremacist gang. And where are yours?
I'm moving more into the white. What?
Yeah, you are.
Boy, make America great, bitch.
That boy one could play rough in the wrong situation.
Boy. Yeah, you can't say that.
Here now.
No, you cannot.
Here now.
By the way, I don't know.
SEC commissioner can.
I don't know why this crossed my mind, but because I think it's like that. It's the idea of like walking into a courtroom. Is there any like accent that you would fear more from a judge than that right there? Like, of any accent in the world, if you walked into your court hearing and like you had some serious S on the line, and the judge started going all
Mr. Jason Sakanic to the bench,
I would instantly piss my pants. I'm like, well,
What
I'm
if
going to, and it's such an arbitrary thing because maybe the guy's super liberal, maybe the guy's a sweetheart. I just figure if that dude is a judge and he talks like that, that guy, that's a Judge Smales. I've sentenced boys younger to you than the gas chamber. Didn't want to, felt I owed it to him. It's insane. That guy just wants to dispense justice on me.
What if it was Jason Sakanic to the bench? You know, like
the Trump.
No, was that?
I felt
that
like
was a bad accent.
I thought that was like a Dracula. Is that like Eastern European something?
I thought maybe you were doing
Russian.
The bench.
Are you Kazakhstani?
You've never seen a bench like this. It's
No.
unbelievable. This courtroom is amazing.
I was doing like if you were Putin
Oh.
or Russian.
No, I'm telling
I love
you.
Tesla.
Hardcore Southern lawyer judge to me is the scariest. It's the scariest courtroom accent. It's not the scariest accent outside of the courtroom, but inside it, it's just bad. I've seen too many of like those civil rights like a Time to Kill and all that, where like there's just and I can picture the judge and he's got like long white hair and it's slicked back and he's got readers on and he's just looking at me and he doesn't like the cut of my jib from the get-go.
We've given away too much to arrive at these political compromises.
And that's what he says right before he reads me like 99 to life and then gavels on my ass.
Do you think if we lived in the South, we'd be in jail?
Here now.
I don't think we'd play quite as well.
Boy.
Although if you just did that, maybe they'd love you. Like, dude, we love this guy.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe it's the other way around. Yeah. How are we not in jail? We live in Portland.
I don't know. That's how it works. I think it's because
people are tolerant.
Well, there's an idea like, well, you can't take us seriously.
That's exactly what I told Cooley. I said, anybody who takes us seriously at this point is an idiot.
Yeah. Do so at your own peril.
Yeah. Yes. And we even say it on the show.
Yes.
And then people are like, oh, you can't say that. Well,
I just did.
I just did, and you shouldn't.
And if your life is affected, and if you're making some major life change one way or another on something I said, I don't know what to tell you, man. You got to find some. You'll find some other pools to dip the tootsies into.
Honestly, when you and I are long gone, I think one of my proudest achievements will be
where this is going. But, right?
Well, it will be that we created a career, many years in this business of sports radio without being taken seriously.
Oh.
That's fantastic.
Do you know how many local media guys over the years have tried to take shots at us because we're not journalists?
Yeah, how could you take them seriously? Well, they even say that on the show. You're not supposed to.
You're not supposed to.
They don't want you to.
Have fun being taken seriously.
You
Great.
can issue your press statements, but I'm actually looking for ideas to move us forward.
I do enjoy when we I do enjoy, it doesn't happen very often, but like back in the day when we had to go to like real media functions and
here now.
And then just the look of disgust from reporters' faces. The ultimate one is when we took the media bus at the Rose Bowl to go to the strip club. The amount of judgmental looks, get out of here. It was ridiculous.
What if a judge had a surfer accent?
See, I'd like that.
Like Spicoli.
Love that.
Jason Sakanic to the bench.
Right? Yeah. Like you get that surf cop that like pulls you over.
You can be cool with him.
Yes. Like if I get pulled over and the officer's coming up to me and is like, what's up, bro? I'm like, oh, this is all right, huh?
Y'all want to buy some drugs?
But if Buford T. Justice comes up and I roll down the window and he gives me that, he gives me
now.
I don't like that. I don't like that one bit.
All right. We will wrap it up next on the Fan.
You want to go inside what it's like to sit in this role? Here now.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. Blazer fans, man. Blazer fans, what are we doing? Why do we do this to ourselves? Why?
Because we don't have any other options. The franchise doesn't give us them, so then we just
you could choose to be pessimistic and not hopeful.
No,
you could.
Yeah.
You could choose that
it's
pathway.
Sports, though, man. It's supposed to be fun.
It's more enjoyable to go this way because then I don't get let down. I know how it's going to end. I know what the result's going to be.
Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Empower.
Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money.
Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Can I get a hot tub?
I think I saw Nemec's daughter in here with him. Was that your daughter?
That's right.
Yeah. Where'd she go?
Oh, and your wife was here?
Oh.
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
The whole Nemec family?
He locked her in... What?
No.
You put her in a closet?
No. There was a babysitting conflict, and so Nemec brought his daughter here, and then his wife met him here to pick up his daughter.
Oh.
Yeah. I saw Nemec out there with a little girl.
Yeah. That's good. You might want to clarify that.
Well, I did. I saw him with a little girl.
It's his daughter.
I don't think you want to say.
I figured it was.
We need context. Context. You don't want to hear, hey, I saw Rob the other day who was with a little girl. And again, it's really the way.
Well, at this point, that could be my granddaughter. I'm getting old.
Oh, that is true. I mean, in all honesty,
they're in their mid-20s.
You and I both. I mean, my daughter, by the way, well, I guess over there, she turns 28 today.
Yeah. She's up there.
Yeah.
God, she's almost 30.
She's almost 30.
Jesus.
28 years old today. In Korea time. Yeah, I think about that all the time.
Yeah, we're gonna be young grandparents, which I'm okay with.
I don't think my son is the one that I'm always like, if we're gonna, because the BTJ wants a grandkid, like in the word, like she's ready. Like, and I'm gonna have to warn whoever has a child first, just know that your child will come with a Japanese lady that's just gonna show up and not leave your house and is going to smother that grandchild.
But that's the beauty of grandparents. It's that's what we do.
Dude, it's just,
can't wait.
It's gonna be BTJ all the time.
It's gonna be fun.
But yeah, it's if someone will happen, it'll be my son, and it will be, and maybe we will definitely be young grandparents, because you think of grandparents as people in their 60s or 70s, but it's happening a lot now where you're getting the.
So I'm 49. Kids, yeah. See, they aren't gonna have kids for a while though.
You never know.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, they are getting married next year. It could happen any time after that.
That's right.
Or before that.
But let's just say 5 more years. So let's just say I'm 54, and they have a kid. I could, my grandkid. I could be in my 70s or early 80s if I make it.
You're gonna be
great grandkids.
Are you gonna be a papa?
Good luck to me. That's a big thing with my
Gnat.
wife. What are you going to be called? I'm like, I don't know.
El Padre.
That's a big thing with every grandparent these days, and it's a little annoying.
It is kind of annoying.
Because the parents have to navigate
Yes.
who's happy with what name. It's like the kid's gonna goo goo gaga into whatever your name is.
Exactly. Let it happen naturally.
Some people steer into it.
Perfect example. My mother-in-law, she wanted to be Grammy. First thing out of Cannon's mouth was Jaja, so she's Jaja.
Ooh, that's classy.
Yeah.
We always just had the Scandinavian as far more. That was so mother's mother, father's mother. So our grandparents were far more and more. Just because that was. What was that? Avi is the Old Norse for grandfather, so there's some people go that way.
My wife already has her.
Oh, what is she?
I don't know.
Oh, she won't tell you?
She did. I just can't remember.
Like, I don't know. I wasn't listening. Great. Now PK Subban's got virtual reality goggles on.
Dude, they're rolling out a lot of tech in these playoffs that is just not that great yet.
Can't you just show me the highlight? Why do I need...
That would be better. PK is going to take you inside the game, though.
With his little cartoon hands.
Yeah. Can he go away?
Yeah, now.
All right. Recruiting with Andrew Nemec is coming up next. We are back tomorrow. 3-7. Good night. That was for the good of the game.
Red ships of Spain. Red ships of Spain.
Here now. Yeah, now. Yeah, now.
The mountain